Hello, hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. We are back with our good friend Mark Reed for another debate review. How are you doing this
hmm
evening? Or, well, morning for
I'm
you.
yeah. This morning, I feel very as I was saying in chat, I feel very creative and very energized. I learned how to do shorts on my program. I know I'm late to the party. I get that. I'm always figuring stuff out. But I learned how to do really good ones and how to manipulate and things like that. So I feel very energized and creative today. As you learn how to do something and things are going through your mind, you're like, oh, I could do this and I could get a picture and then zoom in and then do that. Yeah, I feel very good about it. So yeah, I'm having a great day, and it's fantastic to see you, Ems, as always. I really happy to be here. I've been looking forward to this one. It's a good question because it's not does God exist? It's is God obsolete? Interesting. But how are
Mm-hmm.
you? How are you doing?
Oh, so right. It's been a busy day. I did see your short about T-Rock. That was pretty classic. I enjoyed that. Yeah.
That was good. Yeah. Well, I did that as a normal video, and I thought, if I'd known how to do a short at that point, I would have done a short. But I just did a normal video because it was just ridiculous. But now I'm going through and sort of trying to find ridiculous things that theists have said to me, and let me give you the tip: I don't have to look far. I do not have to look far.
Yeah, for sure. And we have a left-handed Jedi is now an official Ember
Mm-hmm.
member. Yeah. So
Remember.
welcome, welcome. Do enjoy. Holy crap, we've got a lot of custom emojis now, don't we?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, they're absolutely yeah.
yeah, we got a bunch of goodies, and I upgraded the memojis to be more in line with my current appearance.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they are
just the
different.
the
I
the
didn't
yay
even
and the no
notice
and the
that.
face palm, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I threw out a ta-da bitches earlier, and I didn't even notice that. So that's terrible.
It's all good. I forget stuff is there. Like I just opened it up and I was surprised by the three newest ones from our 1.5K party. Um, because they appeared so suddenly and they got voted on in such quick succession. I kind of forgot they were there.
Yeah.
So, surprises for everyone. It's a fun time. And speaking of surprises, we
Yep.
have a fun show for today, or at least I hope
Mm,
so. Mike Lacona was a little bit of a disappointment, but I'm
he was.
hoping
Yeah.
you know um I'm not too clear on I think Professor Ward. I don't know much about him. He's a theologian from the UK. This debate is at
Mm.
Chapman University. Michael Shermer, of course, is a you know relatively well recognized counter apologist. He's not quite as well known as Dan Barker, but
Right.
yeah, he's definitely up there.
Yeah,
And
and he's got a good sense of humor. I like his sense of humor. It's very dry, and yeah. I do like
yeah,
Shermer. I think he's great.
yeah. So hopefully it'll be a fun show. He gets to go first, but of course the argument is God obsolete, so he'd be the pro position, I
Yes.
suppose.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I see a weasel. Praise the weasel.
Praise the weasel.
I don't know. I just enjoy doing that. It's neat. Okay, so yeah, Shermer's up first. I cut out the intro from the Chapman University president and tweaked the audio. Literally just finished cooking. It's still hot from the oven, so I hope
Uh-huh.
this plays right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Look, we'll fix it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. It's
that's
it's
right.
fine. It's fine.
All right,
Channeling
let's.
Bill O'Reilly is a dangerous business.
Oh my goodness, he's come up so much recently. I
Yeah,
dropped by
he's a
Matters
terrible
Now
person.
last night for the
Right.
post debate show. Ozian did a debate, and I don't know. Bill O'Reilly came up. The tide goes in, tide goes out line. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah. That's him.
yeah, it's crazy. Dude's been
And we
gone for
don't
years.
understand it. And that look, and Silverman, I'm not a huge fan of Silverman, but that look is like, what? I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you finish high school? I don't know. All
Yeah.
right, let's hit this thing and see where it goes.
Just out of curiosity, to see a show of hands, how many of you believe in God? Oh, crap. Oh, look at the time. Oh, boy. Well, okay.
I love his
Many
sense
souls.
of humor.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good start if you're if
Yeah.
you're I'm assuming Chapman is a Christian university, but I don't know.
It's a California private university, so I presume it's some version of Christian or Catholic university, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it was
Affiliation
Biola's changed their name a few
Disciples of
times.
Christ. So Disciples of Christ and United Church of Christ. It's not a Christian college, but it is affiliations with those two. So, kind of, yeah.
Keeps things interesting.
Yeah.
Souls to save here tonight. Well, I used to believe in God. I was a born-again Christian. I was an evangelical. I went to Pepperdine University. I evangelized. I went door to door. We called it Amway with Bibles, knocking on people's doors to tell them about Jesus and so forth. And then later I became a born-again atheist, and I went around knocking on those same doors saying, I take it back, I was wrong. And
What would you do if somebody came to your door and said, "Hey, can I take that Bible back because that was a big mistake"?
What do you mean? Do they give out Bibles over there? Is that what happens?
I don't know. I actually haven't had anybody knock on my door in quite some time. It's very peculiar. It's almost like they gave up.
I've never had anybody knock on my door, and I'm really disappointed about it. Like I really want the either JWs or the Mormons would be great if they knocked on my door. I've got a Book of Mormon, and I know where the ridiculous parts are. I know where the bodies are buried in Mormonism. So I would really like that, but it never happens to me. Door knocking, it does happen. It definitely does happen, but it's kind of rare in Australia. You'll have someone knock on your door.
Yeah, well, Pinworm's knocking on our door. He's sending a $3 super sticker. Thank you so much, Pinworm. Always appreciate your support. It appears to be a lemon saluting, I think. It's so hard to tell with super stickers sometimes, but yeah.
It kind of looks like the lemon guy off Adventure Time. Like there was this crazy lemon king. I can't remember his name.
I don't know. I didn't really see much Adventure Time. It was more on my kids' thing.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
Earl of Lemon Grab.
It's such fun things around these days. I feel jealous of kids who grow up now, the awesome childhoods they have with all the game systems and the internet full of memes and things. And I think back, my childhood wasn't bad. I had all the farm animals and whatnot. It just,
Right.
I had Pac-Man.
Yeah.
That was it for the longest time.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
Yeah. And our favorite weasel just gifted 5 Ember ships. And those went to
Nice.
L Trucker, Pragmatic Crystal, who just left. If you catch us later, Sweet Dreams Crystal.
Stayed long around to get a membership, and then
yeah, well, she's busy. I get it. Those gators aren't going to chase themselves.
Totally. Yeah.
Yahooligan, Spooky Bedhair, and Hunter Biden's laptops. So yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much, and everybody do enjoy all the fun oh my goodness, some of these are ridiculous. Why did I do these? I know why. I'm kind of a ridiculous person sometimes. Alrighty, we're 43 seconds in. Let's let Sir Shermer here get some steam going.
Then I became something of a militant agnostic, like that bumper sticker, I don't know and you don't either. I'm not sure what I call myself. I mean, I like the labels. I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist in that sense, although I don't know for sure that there's no God. But I have my suspicions about this that I'll discuss in a moment why. But that got me thinking, it's like the door-to-door thing. You know what you get when you cross a Jehovah's Witness with an atheist is somebody who knocks on your door for no reason at all. Which I promise I won't do for you. The Jehovah's Witnesses do come by my house periodically. They have literature for me. I invite them in. I give them copies of Skeptic magazine, and they leave shortly thereafter.
So, I did have Jehovah's Witnesses stop by my house. No, wait. Maybe it was Mormons. It's been so long. Growing up on the farm, the geese were out doing their thing, trimming the lawn, because who needs a lawnmower when you have geese, right? And they happened to be near the driveway. And these guys, I assume they're Mormons, they didn't actually make it up the driveway because the geese were in their way. And the older one looked at the geese and goes, "Children of God, part before me." And when he goes like this, they all threw up their wings and charged and chased the guys back down the driveway. I'm like, well, clearly God was not on your side this day.
Yeah.
So the proposal on the table tonight is, does science make God obsolete? Yes. Thank you.
Well, 20 minutes.
I still got 20 minutes. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's see. I won't mention elections or Trump or anything like that. No. Well, we really have two hypotheses on the table, the God hypotheses and the science hypotheses. Hypotheses for what? For explaining certain mysteries, such as, basically two categories of mysteries, problems to solve. The first are sort of natural disasters, accidents, fires, wars, conflict, just stuff that happens in our world, life and death and birth and so forth. What's the cause of all that? Why do things happen? And then the second category I would put just in the general origins category, origins of the universe, origins of life, origins of consciousness, and origins of morality, good and evil. So the two competing hypotheses then offer different explanations for these. So the God hypothesis rests on a supernatural explanation for these problems to be solved. So in the first category, supernatural, what do I mean by this? I mean, science deals with natural explanations for all phenomenon. If we can't explain it naturally, then it's okay to just say, well, I don't know. Let's just wait and see. Let's keep working on it. That's what graduate students are for. Assign them these problems to solve. But in the meantime, it's okay. I don't know what that light in the sky was, but before we proffer aliens and UFOs, let's just say, I don't know. And that's all.
Well, definitionally, a UFO is an I don't know, because it's an unidentified flying object. But I get what he means. We shouldn't be going, oh, wait, we're being invaded by Martians or something. Don't jump to
UFO
conclusions.
does not equal aliens.
Yeah, I'm curious. The way he said the God hypothesis, I wonder if that's what inspired Stephen Meyer to name his book that, or if Stephen Meyer's book came first. I suppose it could be like just a popular saying, and I just have no idea.
I think it is. I definitely think it is. As far as I'm concerned, God doesn't even really qualify as a hypothesis because it's completely unfalsifiable. At least the classical God that we're talking about here. And I think that sort of he wound up the crowd. He's off to a good start. I feel like he's wasted some of his time, though. I think maybe he did the joking around for a little bit too much. But, it's his time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember that debate against Dwayne Gish. I forget who his opponent was off the top of my head that we covered, where Gish's opponent spent almost all of his rebuttal time talking about something other than Gish's presentation, and then ran out of time trying to rebut. Like, time management, people, come on now. Not that I'm one to talk.
Always okay in science. So that's what I mean by natural laws, statistical chance and accidents, things like this that explain the natural world and things that happen. So if we go through those categories, like the first of the two, human events. Before science, it was what I call the witch theory of causality. That is, if you believe that storms and diseases and accidents and fires and plagues and things like that are caused by women cavorting in the middle of the night with demons, then you're either insane or you lived 500 years ago when everybody believed this. That is, the name for the causal vector that causes diseases and accidents and plagues and so forth is a witch. A witch is a supernatural being, a kind of a demon. But in the whole general category, it's supernatural. And so what happened to the witch theory of causality? It was displaced. Nobody believes that. Almost nobody in the world today believes that because science has displaced.
Why do you suppose that is?
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, yes, it was displaced by better science, but in a world with flat earthers and young earth creationists and birds aren't real, like, why aren't there people who think witches have real power, you know?
Well, there are people that think that witches are real and they have real power. I mean, there's Christians that believe that witches exist and they sort of infest people with demons and stuff. I've
true.
met Christians that think that that it is demons that cause disease, kind of thing, and your body fights them off and medicine can help, but the cause is actually like the whole germ theory of disease, that the transmission vector is going to be some kind of microscopic sort of infection. It's kind of like they have that, but also that demons as well. So it's really, really weird.
Well, Justin, they do have real powers. I've met witches. It's just they have the same powers all the rest of us have. At least, as far as I can determine.
I think some do think they have sort of access to things with no factual basis, like being able to curse somebody, for instance, or draw wealth to yourself or something. I think some of them do think that is true, but some people think the secret is true. That if you sort of visualize what the universe is to get, the universe will give it to you. They're all sloppy thinking. They're all sort of a lack of critical thinking.
Yeah, that whole manifesting. I've heard people who've never even heard of The Secret talk about that. And I'm like, you know where that's from.
Well, I blame Oprah, quite frankly.
That's fair.
I blame Oprah for a lot, actually. Like, people go on about it. No, Oprah has blood on her hands as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry for all the Oprah lovers out there. I'm really sorry. But she gave us Dr. Oz. She gave us The Secret. Like, she has things that she needs to be held accountable for. Dr. Oz particularly. Dr. Phil as well.
Yeah, I was just going to
say.
Oprah
for that one. Yeah.
I thought Dr. Phil came for... Oh, my goodness. I saw... So, as you know, I've been going through more trans content on this channel. And I've been looking at stuff from, like, I guess, gender criticals, even though they're also often apologists. There's a huge overlap in that area. And something that crossed my desk was a clip from the Dr. Phil show where he has a trans woman's father on stage talking about what a great son he has and how proud he is as a father and so forth. And then they bring out the trans woman and the father just starts crying, I failed as a parent. And it was really, really bad. And I'm like, why? If this dude even has pretense of being a psychologist or whatever the fuck he said he was, this is a traumatic experience. Correct, and he's handling it in the worst way possible on national TV.
There's a reason why therapy is done with people that you trust, and that sort of opening it sort of therapy up to the entirety of an audience, sometimes kind of without people's permission. I remember one girl who sort of said, I don't want my mother to be there, kind of thing. And the producer said, no, she won't be there. And then they brought her out, kind of thing, for obviously for the drama, and it
Mhm.
just is. It's so harmful. I remember there was an actor on Buffy the Vampire Slayer that went on there who had an alcohol problem, and he went on there to get help with his problem with alcohol. And they kind of just made a big, well, you're supposed to be a role model and all this stuff. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. That was the point where I went, I can't remember the actor's name, but it was absolutely horrible, because they're not doing it to actually help the person. Um, you know what I mean? You're doing it for views, and to use people's mental health as something for views is absolutely horrible.
Mhm.
Nicholas
Yeah.
Brendan was the guy's name.
Xander.
Yeah, Xander, the guy that played Xander, and he was very sort of honest and saying, "Hey, I've got a problem. I need help," kind of thing. And it was, "Oh, you've done this wrong, and you've done that wrong, and you've done the other wrong." It wasn't therapy. It was horrible.
Yeah, that's not great. But in happier news, Robin Webster
Yeah.
sends a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Robin. Robin, of course, actually did send me a Bible, unlike the religi people. And Robin says, "Hello, all. Falling milk. Thanks, Mark and Ember."
Thank
Yeet.
you, Robin.
Thank you.
All that milk.
Yes, we needs the milks for all the good things, like cheese. All right, let's let poor Mr. Shermer continue on.
Places. We have meteorology and climatology to explain why weather events happen. We have insurance actuarial tables and statistics to explain why accidents happen, why chance events play a strong role in our lives, black swans and all that. We have the germ theory of disease. So we know what germs, bacteria, viruses, fungi, and so forth, what they do to people, what the chances are of these things happening, what we can do about it, and so on. So you no longer have to invoke witches, demons, and so forth. And you can just sort of go through the category there. Why do people kill one another? Rape, genocide, war, violence of all kinds. Why do these things happen? This is what social scientists do. We study these looking for causal vectors we can track, interacting variables, and so on. You don't have to invoke demons and possessions and witches and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and people still do possessions. I debated a guy called, I think it was Justice Walker or something. I'm not sure if that was his real name or not. I have no idea. But he was talking about how he does exorcisms kind of thing. And it's absolutely ludicrous, that we're having people, do these rituals over somebody in the hopes of curing them from stuff that's probably just mental illness.
It's weird how I guess the United States is so full of weirdness because we don't have really good access to mental health care. So of course there's going to be con men who pop up and are like, "Oh, it's just demons, let me fix the demons," and people go to them because they can't get mental health care. But
Well,
I mean, that's a claim, and I hear there's a citation needed. Thank you, Porpoise. $2. Appreciate it very much. And good to see you. I made a joke on Aaron's show earlier. It's an old joke, but I know you'll appreciate it. There was a theist in chat who were saying that there's only 4 types of people in the world, believers and deceivers and whatever. And so I said there's only 10 types of people in the world, people who understand binary code and those who don't. It's old, but
it doesn't work verbally though. That's the
it's
thing.
true.
It's 1-0. Yeah, no, I got you.
Damn it, Ember, you fucked it up.
No, it's fine. It's just it works better.
So
on
we've got
Yeah, that's a good idea. We could have some Porpoise merch. Porpoise, do you have merch? You should get merch.
pretty good handle now on what supernatural causes used to explain in the human world. Then there's the category of the big origins. So these are slightly harder, and the reason we're talking about them is because nobody has final answers on those big questions. That is the origins of the universe, the origins of life, consciousness, and morality, those four. So I've written quite a bit about these. I'm not a cosmologist, so and I don't even play one on television. I just turn to my cosmology physicist friends and say, what do we know about the origins of the universe? Okay, well, we don't know for sure, but I recommend, say, Lawrence Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing, and Leonard Mlodinow and Stephen Hawking's book, The Grand Design, is a good place to start. And that is that the idea that first of all, that the idea that there must be a first cause is probably an artifact of our limitations of our thinking. That is, it isn't necessary that, it isn't true that all effects have causes. That's not true.
There's that, but also it came to my attention earlier. The Skeptic's video this week was about a relatively new theist who says, atheism doesn't make any sense. Everything's only logical in Christianity. Even the other religions are incoherent. And it was a weird video, but the way that theist made there has to be a God because there must be a first cause argument, it tickled my brain in just the wrong way. I'm like, well, that it's sort of reductionist when you get down to it, this idea there has to be a first cause, because I can't imagine that it could be multiple causes, or, when you simplify it down, there has to be a single first cause. Well, we don't know that at all,
Yeah.
Many quantum events are acausal. They're not caused. And so that takes care of that problem. The universe itself may be an uncaused, acausal event, a little fluctuation in the quantum foam of the energy that was there before there was matter and so forth. I don't claim to understand this, mathematically. I'm not a physicist. But it's a reasonable hypothesis that could, in principle, be tested. Perhaps the gravitational wave research that's coming online now may test whether...
Hey, we know somebody who does gravitational wave research.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that weasel?
He's weaseled out.
There's multiple universes, a multiverse. It could be, brains, these sort of multidimensional things that bump into each other and create universes. Universes could be created out of collapsing black holes in a singularity. This is what Stephen Hawking worked on for his PhD thesis. These are testable in principle, testable hypotheses that could get us to that question. But even if you reject all of that...
That's the whole point. Like, they're untestable at the moment, but presumably at some point in the future, they may be testable. Yes, I get what he's saying. But it seems like a really, really roundabout way to come to God of the gaps. He's a pretty slow talker. Do you want to maybe speed him up just a little? Like, he doesn't talk particularly fast.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah, let's bump him up to 1.25.
Well, if that's a little fast, I mean, I should have 1.25 on there as well. So.
Oh yeah, that's what I went with. 1.25.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's I get what he's driving at, though I don't know if he's making the point as well as he could, that just because we can't test these hypotheses yet doesn't mean they're unfalsifiable in the same way supernatural claims are unfalsifiable.
Right.
But I don't. Maybe I'm just getting ahead of him. Cart and horse and all that.
And the other three I'll go through in a moment. The supernatural answer, well, God did it, is not an answer. That's what we call the God of the gaps argument. There's a gap. I don't understand this. Therefore, that's where God did it. But that's not an answer. It's like that Sidney Harris cartoon where the mathematicians are at the chalkboard and they have these reams of equations, and then the one writes in the middle, and then a miracle happens. And the other one goes, I think you need to be more explicit here in step 2. Right. We have to have something more than just a miracle happens, or God did it, or that sort of thing. Something testable that we can sink our teeth into. Here I'm reminded of Carl Sagan's great story he's got in his wonderful book, A Demon-Haunted World. The chapter is called, I Have a Dragon in My Garage. And so he says, well, I have a dragon in you have a dragon in your garage? That is so cool. Can I see it? Yeah, you can see it. Here you go. So you lift it up, you look in there, and I don't see it. It's an invisible dragon. Oh, an invisible dragon. Yeah. Well, let's put some powder on the ground and we'll get his footsteps. You see, this invisible dragon floats above the ground about a foot. It never touches the ground. Well, but I have some infrared heat-seeking equipment here. We can detect the body heat. Well, you see, this is a coal dragon. It's cold-blooded. It doesn't give off any heat. Well, how about the fire? I mean, dragons, they spit fire. It's cold fire. It's not detectable through, our... All right, at some point, you have to have some means of testing it, some way of detecting the supernatural thing. This thing you're proposing exists to explain things.
Or more to the point,
yeah,
there's a certain point where there's no difference between having an undetectable dragon and no dragon at all.
Right. And so this is sort of where you get into sort of Karl Popper's falsifiability criteria, that it's kind of that in incorporeal, sort of invisible dragon that's undetectable, it's not able to be falsified, right? There's no way to show that it doesn't exist, but that doesn't add to the credibility that it's there. It actually takes it away, that you can't actually show that it's not there. If something's not able to be falsified, Popper argues, then it's not even worth considering as an explanation. And I don't think that's 100% true. I mean, you can sort of consider it, but it's much more likely that dragon doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's now my brain is just randomly coming up with ways to try to falsify an unfalsifiable dragon. Like if you fill the entire space with cement, so there's no room left for the invisible dragon.
But it's incorporeal.
Yeah.
Intangible, say, and this is the thing, sort of, as time has gone on, the god or gods, or this long parade of gods, have gone from people that used to fight on the battlefield, and they could sort of they lived on a mountain, and then they sort of lived in the sky, and once this, I think he's getting to the point that the more we investigate, the god recedes into areas that we can't investigate, or god of the gaps, as it were. So that lends a lot of credence to this god doesn't exist.
Yeah. Because
nobody from the middle century, England is sort of saying that God exists outside of the universe, kind of thing, right? They're saying he dwells in the heavens above us, not beyond space and time, kind of thing. That is not what the God originally was. But as we got a capacity to look into the heavens, to look into the reach of the space, suddenly God retreats outside of the universe where we can't possibly investigate.
Yeah, he went from walking around in the Garden of Eden and hanging out with Adam and Eve to, he's transcendent. He's outside the universe, except for Jesus, who is inside, but never mind. That's the whole other thing.
Yeah, that gets complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a tangent just sprung into my head, but I'll save it for later, because that could be a long one.
And if you don't, what's the difference between an invisible, floating, heatless dragon and no dragon at all? And that I would apply to the God hypothesis. Whatever you're trying to explain, even if you don't accept any of the current scientific models for the origins of the universe, life, consciousness, morality, even if they're all wrong, centuries from now, we may look back on all this and go, wow, they believed in string theory? That was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of the best arguments for cryonics is get frozen and come back in 500 years and go, I was there when we did that. I wouldn't put my money on that just yet, though. Another area of skepticism. Origins of life. Okay, so there's half a dozen different theories for the origins of life. How do you get from inorganic molecules to organic molecules? We know where atoms come from, cooked in the interiors of stars.
That is an important distinction, but
that is,
as he said, he's not a science communicator.
That's true, yeah.
Weird side skew into cryonics, though, but trying to add flavor, I guess. He seems extra nervous. Maybe his joke about raise your hand if you believe in God really did make him nervous.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he does seem a little bit nervous, and I feel like he's jumping around a lot. I feel like he's sort of now he's going to origin of life kind of thing. I guess. Yeah, I no, it's fine. It's just it seems a little bit jumpy to me, but that's okay. Maybe he just is a shade nervous.
Yeah. He doesn't say yar enough to be a science communicator. I say yar all the time. Avast ye lubbers! Bring me your rum.
Star stuff and all that good stuff. But how do you get first organic molecules and then protein chains and then cellular walls and then RNA and then DNA and so forth? Okay, so there's people that do nothing but study this. They run experiments.
Talk Like a Pirate Day, International Talk Like a Pirate Day.
I try to, but I never remember when it is, and I only hear about it like at the end of the day.
Like September, isn't it? And September 9th, I want to say.
It could be. Purple says September 19th.
19th. Okay, yep, sorry.
Somewhere around there.
Whatever. Pirates care not.
Have to walk the plank. I have a pirate hat around here somewhere. It wouldn't work with my headphones, but it's, yeah. Anyway.
They try different substrates that might hold molecules so they can become more complex molecules and so on. But again, it's one of these areas where there's no final sort of accepted theory that there's no concurrence or like the climate census. There's no origins of life census yet, but that's okay. Again, that's what graduate students are for. Just let's keep working on this. It's okay to say, I don't know. I like hypothesis number 3 more than 4 and 2 or whatever. But again, what's the alternative? Well, God did it. Well, how did he do it? You see, this is what scientists want to know. How did God do it? What forces? We have a pretty good understanding of the laws of nature, physics and gravity, electromagnetism, weak and strong nuclear force, and so forth. What forces did God use when he made RNA into DNA? How did that happen? Okay, so if you came up with an answer, I would just say, well, then that's still part of the natural world. So any God that might exist, if it's detectable by the means of science, is then by definition part of the natural world and is not whatever you might call this, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, supernatural, outside of the natural world. If it's outside of the natural world, then it's no better than Sagan's invisible dragon. If we can put powder on the ground and detect God, then clearly God is a material being of some kind. Or maybe God is a supernatural being that occasionally enters the natural world to stir the particles, create stars or planets or life or whatever. All right, how does he do it? How do we measure the detection? How do we detect the stuff that's going on?
Yeah, how do you detect miracles? That's been a long-running discourse between theists and skeptics for a while. Like, if God does miracles, how can we prove that? How do we know what is a miracle? How do we make it repeatable and verifiable and so on and so forth? But I feel like he's a bit off track here. Like, he's talking about how unreasonable it is to say God did it. That's great, but does that contribute to making the case that God is obsolete?
Yes. It's part of the God of the gaps kind of argument, I guess. But and to steelman the Christian or the theist side a little here, if you have, like, you're trying to detect something supernatural with a natural detection method, essentially, is what they would say. So your natural detection method is never going to be able to detect something supernatural. It would be like trying to use a voltmeter to detect, something like sound waves kind of thing. Like, your tool is wrong. Is what they would say. Now, don't get me wrong, like, until they come up with a God meter, or some way to, detect this God, which they haven't come up with anything yet. But, and that's not on the scientific world. It's not up for us to come up with something to detect this supposedly undetectable thing. The thing that the theists don't go, they don't say, hey, this is how we can demonstrate it is detectable and this is how we detect it. They say, well, you just got to believe, and it's undetectable. Which is ridiculous. But yeah, but I think that his sort of, well, but what we should be able to do is detect the effects of the God doing whatever it does.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Ripples
We
in
should be able
reality.
to, right. But again, I think he's better off sticking to the whole God of the gaps and the unfalsifiability criteria that God has, to say there's no reason to believe that it exists. And in fact, I really would like him to go through that every single answer we've gotten so far to any single phenomenon that we've observed, that we've demonstrated to have a cause, that cause has been natural. Like that lightning used to be gods. That, I mean, he did a good job starting that diseases used to be gods, and lightning used to be gods, and your mother falling down the stairs used to be a witch kind of thing. But every time we've actually been able to definitively pin down a cause, it's been a natural cause. So God not only, I would say, is obsolete, it has been getting obsolete for quite some time.
Yeah, it seems like every time a theist-oriented scientist goes out to try to prove something about God, what they discover ends up proving that God isn't actually necessary for the thing they were trying to prove. It's very peculiar. I see Purple is still having car troubles. Purple, if you have the link to your fundraiser, you have a wrench, go ahead and post that, because I mean, everybody's cars have been breaking lately. It's
mine
sort
broke
of
down.
it's rough, but I understand how much that screws up trying to go about your life. It's not great. And we got a super chat from Big Bad Mama. It says, "Be kind to yourselves, Mark and Ember." Well, we try. I think I do a better job of being kind to other people, but I try to be kind to myself.
Yeah, and do try. That's part of my sort of catchphrase that I usually end on. And I think that in the past I've been incredibly harsh to myself, and incredibly just unfair on myself, and had a lot of negative feelings towards who I am, and what I am, and all of the things that concern me. And it's hard to overcome when you have something about yourself that you don't like. It's hard to overcome that and embrace the good and the bad, and be kind to yourself for the bad, and celebrate what is good. And there's a whole thing about, oh, you shouldn't be prideful. No, that's not prideful. It's just loving yourself for who you are. And it's very difficult to do. I get that. But we love Big Bad Mama. You be kind to yourself as well, because you're an amazing person. I think Big Bad Mama's probably the person that inspired me to really figure out how shorts work. Mama's shorts are amazing. I love it.
That's true. Big Bad Mama's been rocking the shorts for a while now.
Yeah.
Like as John Oliver puts it, banger after banger after banger.
Oh, you know who I got accused of being the other day? Speaking of being kind to yourself, you know how I got accused of being creationist crybaby. Yeah.
That's interesting.
I was like, nice guess, but no. Like, no. But that's flattering. Thank you.
But now that you mention it,
but it's flattering.
I don't think I've ever seen you and creationist crybaby in the same room.
Although there's a really easy way to find out. Like, does creationist crybaby use English spellings like honor with OU?
Oh,
notice that about
me.
Right. Because I see no reason to buy into this American spelling sham that's going on, that is currently trying to hijack the noble king's English.
Oh, we just got lazy. We were like, all these extra letters, get rid of them. Except in, thorough. There's at least 4 unnecessary letters in that word. It's crazy.
That is true.
We got a $5 super chat from Left-Handed Jedi, who says, we've detected neutrinos and gravity waves and exoplanets. Where is this god guy hiding?
Yeah, yeah.
For realsies. Like, we've looked behind the moon, for fuck's sake. Where is he supposed to be?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
When he stirs the particles. Well, miracles. Miracles. Okay, maybe. But what do you mean? Like, give me an example. Well, we prayed for, my Aunt Millie and her cancer went away. Okay, what kind of cancer? Well, it turns out it's one of these cancers that about 20% of them go into remission. Okay, so statistically speaking, if you have a large sample of 100 people, 20 of them will have their cancer go into remission. How do you know that it was the deity who did it or chance, whatever happens to tumors in their DNA that turns off and they quit multiplying? How do you know the difference there? In other words, the miracles were offered as empirical evidence for the supernatural deity reaching into our natural world to stir the particles to do something. Might have happened anyway. So how do we know? How about something unmistakable? And I'm not just talking about a large deposit in a Swiss bank under my name, although I would be impressed with that. I'm not sure that would be supernatural, though. How about...
That would be pretty impressive, since, as I understand it, Swiss bank accounts use numbers. So if one showed up under a name, it would be pretty remarkable.
That would be a miracle, yeah. Yeah.
An amputee growing a new limb. There's lots of them since the wars we've been in. Most of them are Christian. Most of them have Christian families who pray for them. How come not one has grown a new limb? How come it's always stuff that might have happened anyway? So it's always right there on the cusp. Maybe it's
what we get for their miracles, and I've talked to people who believe this, is like leg lengthening. One leg was shorter than the other and they became the same length, which is an old carny trick to sort of show you have magic powers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm thinking of I forget the fellow's name, but his channel is called the Supernatural Life. And he tried to do a leg lengthening thing to make this little girl with uneven legs to even them up, and he failed. He spent 3 days on it, and he failed. And he still posted the video. I don't understand why.
There's faith in action.
Yeah. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
supernatural. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's chance. Maybe it's the law of large numbers. Stuff happens. How can we tell the difference? Okay, so that's the problem with that. Okay, so
sorry, can I just give a shout out to my wife, who is gorgeous and brings me coffee. I just wanted to give a big shout out. I love you, baby. You're amazing.
She's probably not fantastic.
Even listening. She probably avoids me like plague online, but never mind.
No,
she hears me talk enough. Cool. She hears me talk enough. She doesn't need any more.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like the dream to have someone to bring coffee when you're.
Well, I love cooking for her too. Like I really love like making something that she likes. It's nice. It's nice to, it's weird. We don't share everything in common, but we kind of share enough that we're really comfortable in each other's kind of space, which is just delightful. She's got things that she adores, like Degrassi for some reason. I'll never understand why. Apparently there's a segment of people out there that absolutely adore it. Don't get it. Don't have to. I game and she doesn't really. So, but we have common interests like movies and music and stuff like that.
Yeah, I get that. It's I just had the kids earlier. Aaron's show was running long. I actually had to bail partway through to go pick up the kids, and we cooked some stuff. We tried out a new chicken recipe and made some brownies, and did a whole thing, and yeah, it's good stuff. The together times, even if you're just making things.
Conscious life and then consciousness. Okay, again, the hard problem it's called. Not how the brain works. We know how the brain works. How does what we're doing here, thinking, feeling, experiencing, the qualia, as it's called, the qualitative experience of feeling, of experiencing life. How does that happen? Okay, we don't know. It's called the hard problem. Again, half a dozen different theories. You go to these consciousness conferences where they talk about this stuff, and they each give up and give their talks and give their theories. Okay, let's go back and test them. Let's see which one is more likely than this one. I'd say we have a ways to go on that. Maybe a couple. It's always been, since we started Skeptic, we've been tracking this. It's always 5 years away, and always will be, I'm afraid, or at least a long ways away. Okay, maybe it's decades before we have. But still, even if you don't like this particular theory or that one, how do you explain the theist? How do you explain consciousness? Again, you can't just say, well, God did it. Okay, how? I mean, I have a dog, a little chocolate lab. His name is Hitch, because, Christopher is a friend and an inspiration. But he only has about a quarter of the neural material I have. So although he thinks a lot about it, deeply important things like food and sleep and walks and his ball, but he's not contemplating, how many more layers of neurons do you need to get?
Oh, I see a new person has entered. I have to find the button. There it is. It's with the red clips.
Right.
And it doesn't wanna.
Oh no. Uranus is broken.
We broke it.
We broke Uranus.
Well, we broke Sunday anyway.
Tighten your anus. Tighten your anus.
There we go. See,
That'll
it's
never
been
get
so
old.
long since I got to play that, it's gotten rusty, and it needed some WD-40. Yes, Titan summoned the tech demons.
Chimpanzees, gorillas, dolphins, and at some point there's a tipping point. We know it can scale up. We know animals are sentient beings that feel, they sense things. So this gets into my fourth area of morality. We know there's a graded scale of a sense of right and wrong. You can teach little capuchin monkeys who have tiny brains. They're really small. They're smaller than Hitch's brain, my dog, not the real one. And you could teach them to do one of these little exchanges where they learn if they give you a stone, a little pebble, they get a piece of food back, and like a little cucumber. And then you can train them that if they use this other pebble that's even more valuable, they get a grape for a reinforcement. And they like grapes more than cucumbers because who doesn't? And we're all primates.
Hey.
Do I like grapes more than cucumbers? Yeah, probably by itself, yes. But I wouldn't put grape on something. You know what I mean? Like I love cucumber in sandwiches and things like that. So it depends on what you're using it for, Shermer. I got to disagree with you, mate. And that's not exactly the experiment. I'm not sure if he's sort of
He seems to be misremembering a lot of things, and it could be the nervousness.
Maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, cucumbers. Admittedly, cucumbers are a little bit lackluster in and of themselves, but they do make, great pieces for salads and sandwiches and all sorts of things. But cucumbers are also how we get pickles, which are indisputably one of the finest creations of all of human history.
Yes, I'm on board with this pickle idea. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, so,
Sugar is good. But if you put them in it, this is a famous experiment by Franz de Waal. You put them in this cage, translucent cage, where one's here. They're swapping their stones and getting rewarded. They're very excited. And then the one on the left gives a stone. He gets a grape, and the other one sees this, and he's very excited, like, oh boy, I'm gonna get a grape. And then he gives his stone, and the experimenter gives him a cucumber slice. And you see in the video, he goes like boom, like that was not cool. And he pounds the cage and rattles the walls. That's a sense of injustice. That was not cool. I am pissed. He got something better than me. I gave the same amount. It's kind of like the capuchin version of income inequality, I guess. People that don't like that, I get the same job, I get half the pay, not cool. But where does that come from? Okay, so we have that. Capuchin monkeys have that. Almost all primates have this. Sentient beings have a sense of right and wrong. So this is where we get that. So you can scale up from lower organisms to higher organisms. All sentient beings have a sense of suffering.
Yeah, I kind of don't like lower and higher.
But they have a sense of, that hurts.
Yeah, that's bothersome.
Kind of, not how a biologist would describe that. They'd sort of say organisms with less complex brains and organisms with lower and higher is very, very arbitrary. And this is sort of the anthropomorphization of these, animals' traits to compare them with humans and say, oh, humans are higher. In brain power or some types of brain power, yes, but not lower and higher is such a subjective thing.
It's reductionist isn't the word I want, but it's what my brain is serving up to me. It kind of, oh yeah. My brain's a little skittled because I tried to respond to Sinister and it went through on Facebook and Twitch, but not on YouTube. And then when I tried to click retry, it displayed the Twitch comment instead. And technology, I blame Titan. But yeah, the whole thing with like, oh well, these other primates, they're lesser organisms, and the other mammals are lesser still, but they're all exactly as highly evolved as we are. It's just their specialty is a little different. So yeah, blame Titan.
So I don't like that. Hurts either physically or emotionally in a fairness, justice kind of way. And then finally, well, what about right and wrong? I'm not talking about the moral emotions, where they come from. We can I wrote a whole book about this. We know how that comes about. What about what's actually the right or wrong thing to do? Where does that come from? Again, the theist answer is, well, God tells us about this. Well, how do you know? Do you pray about this? Do you talk to God?
I know. They read the magic book full of all the genocides and horrible things, because that's how morality should be done.
Well, I think it's actually what you do is you're using the book to support your moral intuition, because it's full of conflicting messages, of being peaceful, of being warlike, of being this, of being that. So really, I think personally that people are just using their moral intuition and making so moral intuition, where does that come from? Well, I think that's sort of not only is it based upon sort of gut feeling from the way you've evolved, but also it's culturally learned kind of thing, like this is bad kind of stuff. So I think that they just use their moral intuition and read the book in order to just, and then they feel what is right and wrong, which is why you come up with tons of different denominations and sects of Christianity with their own idea of which part of the Bible to read in which circumstance to get the, absolutely objective message of God.
Yeah. Random quick tangent on that one. Most everybody here knows Brentley, the punk apostate. Random shout out for him, but he did a show earlier today where he had a new theist apologist talking about how, well, he talked about a lot of things, but he started with how morality can only come from God, or it isn't objective. But before he got to that, he said, other channels will ask you to like and subscribe. By the way, yeah, like, subscribe, hit buttons, do all those things. I always forget to mention that. But he said other channels ask you to like and subscribe, but I don't feel like that it's right. And I'm like, wait. Hold on. Right out of the gate, he's saying that a thing is wrong for him, but right for others. That's subjective. So he acknowledges there is subjective morality. And then, on top of that, he's strongly implying that which things are subjective is also subjective, which means everything is subjective. He didn't even get to his moral argument before he debunked it. And it made me chuckle.
And say, well, I'm really conflicted on abortion, or I'm conflicted about stem cell research, and you get to hear a voice. Well, if you're hearing voices and you're not in church, you could be in trouble with the psychiatric profession. Okay, so most people don't rely on prayer. It's like that famous Sam Harris line about when President Bush said he was talking to God about whether we should invade Afghanistan or not, and then God gave him direction. However this happened, Sam said if he was talking to his hairdryer instead of God, this would evoke a national emergency. So what's the difference? Why does adding the hairdryer do anything more than what's actually happening? In any case, we know he wasn't channeling Yahweh and Jesus. He was channeling Cheney and Rumsfeld. Okay, not prayer. Well, how about my instincts, my internal small voice? Yeah, okay, I have that too. Where does that come from? Well, it's part of our evolved nature. It's part of our culture. We're raised in a secular environment since the Enlightenment. We have certain values about people should be treated equally under the law, that all people are born with, that they should not be used as a means to an end, but are ends in themselves, Immanuel Kant, and so forth. You can kind of sort of build a secular society based on these principles, which we all do. Then what theists do is they back into it stuff that they can find in the Bible that kind of sounds like equal rights or equal treatment kind of arguments. But if the Bible then is your source of right and wrong, how do you explain just basic stuff like the creator of the universe, who's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent, couldn't even get it right on slavery? He could not just knock out number 7 of the 10 Commandments. Well, that's probably a good one, actually. Maybe number 3 or 2, and put in there, thou shalt not enslave thy fellow humans. Just put it in there.
Yeah, we've heard that one a few times, but it still stands. Like 4 of the 10 commandments are worship me or else. You could stand to lose one and throw out a do not own other human beings as property instead of giving directions for how to own other human beings as property. I don't know.
Yeah.
The tiny details, I guess.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that. I mean, where is the sense of injustice of things that we're riled up about today? Where are those in? Okay, so the holy books, not to mention the fact that there's more than one, so which is the right one, and it leaves us with no hope for turning to there, but clearly we should turn to ourselves, and science and reason is the best arguments for that. So in sum, I think how's my time? 2 minutes. Okay, so just sum up then. Okay, so the 2 hypotheses on the table are the God hypothesis, the science hypothesis. To explain all those things, human events, causes, disasters, disease, and so forth, and then the origins of the universe, life, consciousness, and morality. We have posed explanations for many of these. We have reasonable, rational, testable hypotheses from some others. We can see that just saying God did it, that's a God of the gaps argument. That doesn't get us there, doesn't add anything. You don't need to add the extra entity there. There's no need for that. It doesn't bring anything more to the table. It's just a word. At some point, we want to know, how did the deity do this? How did this happen? And so we're really left with ourselves. And that's actually good. That's okay. We should be comfortable with that. And just say, we don't know everything, but we're working on these problems here, and we're getting there. And so therefore, I would conclude that science, in this sense, makes God obsolete. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit lacking.
Yeah, I'm underwhelmed, I have to say.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit lacking. He could have gone a bit more into, hey, we've got all these explanations, so we don't need a God to explain things anymore. We don't need a God to explain anything anymore. The only thing that God really provides now is answers to questions that can't be answered by science at the moment. But from what we've seen, God retreats into that area when you find something out. So just say we found out how the universe began, say, like naturally. All that would happen is that they would say, oh, yes, but God was before that and caused that to happen. It's kind of just this backwards shuffle of God into the shadows. And I think he could go on about sort of how we don't even need God to address these problems that we have, right? So at one point, a volcano erupting, you would sort of throw people into the volcano, like satisfy the volcano. We don't need to do that anymore. It's obsolete. We don't need to have a person come to earth and be sacrificed to wash away our sins. We understand now that our sins are, usually a product of yeah, exactly. Wash away the thing with blood. We don't need
Bathe
to
in
do
the
that
blood.
anymore. Jesus is obsolete. We understand that what our sins are or what our mistakes are in life are a cause of either a combination or either sort of genetics and behavioral kind of thing. Like we understand all of this. We have a much better understanding of how the mind works. We don't have to forgive people with blood.
It's more than a little creepy. I'm thinking of a talk Seth Andrews gave. Maybe it was Christianity Made Me Talk Like an Idiot, or maybe it's more expressly titled something about blood cults. But yeah, like if you look at Christianity, as an outsider. And you say, "Oh yeah, every Sunday we drink blood," and
And
you know,
eat
thank
flesh.
God that there was a human sacrifice. It's fucking weird.
hmm
Yeah.
and through the magic of our faith, this thing that was made in presumably some factory turns into human flesh so we can devour it.
Miracles every week at 10 a.m. or
Guess
whatever
what?
it is.
It doesn't. There is no place where that actually happens. What is it? Transubstantiation, I think it's called. It's not a
Yeah.
thing. It doesn't happen. Like, we could pump your stomach and it still wouldn't be human flesh. It's a frigging wafer.
Well,
That's what
it occurs to me that in a weird roundabout sort of way, by eating it and thereby extracting the nutrients and enriching your own cells, you yourself turn the cracker into human flesh eventually.
Well, yeah, but it's not Jesus's flesh. Maybe there's some particles in that wafer that used to be in Jesus. Maybe that's it. Look, we shouldn't be giving theist ideas, quite frankly. This is the kind of excuses they come up with to get out of these kind of problems. So,
well, I mean, it's okay. So I've got a debate next week on Nara's channel. It's me versus B.S. Lewis, and it's a devil's advocate debate. One of us is defending Jesus was the Messiah, and the other one is taking the Jewish position of he's not. And we had a coin flip to determine which is which. I happen to be on the pro-Jesus position. So I'm like trying to get my brain to think around problems in a way that lends credence towards theism. It's so hard, but I'm working on it.
do you want a sort of prep session or something? Do you want to put our heads together and see if we can come up with something that will hold what? You know what? Left-handed Jedi just threw in the chat. Jesus was a mantis shrimp, and YouTube flagged it for review. I don't understand what it is that's offensive about that statement. Like, seriously, I had to unblock it. Like, I don't get it. Is that
in some parts of the world, mantis shrimp is I don't know. I have no idea. The bots are weird, y'all.
Yeah, the bots work in mysterious ways.
But
yeah,
yeah,
but I think that sorry, to get back on track from this horrendous tangent that we've gone on, I think that Shermer's he's a little bit jerky on this one. I feel like it wasn't the a really smooth sort of transition to his point kind of thing. That's what I feel like. But yeah. But yeah, I love that you're going to be debating for Christianity. I love that. I really want to see that.
Mm-hmm. It should be a fun time. I'm still not sure exactly what the hell I'm gonna do, because I know the Bible better than most theists, but I'm pretty sure BS knows it better than I do. So I don't think I can win on Scripture. So I have to come up with an alternative plan. So yeah,
well,
fun times.
I don't think the theists that we talk to are going to be particularly useful in that. You might have to come up with something novel.
I think so too. I think I need to get way outside the box if I want to have a chance on this one.
Right. Yeah. And what's the position that BS is taking?
Not.
Jesus was not the Messiah.
Yes.
He was a very naughty boy. Okay.
Yeah, he gets to bring in, because he's representing it from a traditional Jewish position, he gets to bring in all the Old Testament scripture as if it's fact, and I can't deny it because I'm pro-Jesus, and be like, this is how Jesus failed to fulfill prophecies, this is what the Messiah was supposed to be like, and it's gonna be rough. I see how it is, Lawrence. I see.
Hello.
Good
Look,
to see you.
I might offend you. I don't even know where Milwaukee is. I have no idea. Like, this is terrible.
It's one of those random cities we put in the middle of the U.S. for no particular reason.
What did you do in Milwaukee to make the Milwaukee atheists just reject you? Like seriously,
I must have overused the behold emoji on that channel, which is entirely possible because I really love the behold emoji. So, for anybody who doesn't know, Milwaukee Atheist does a show every Friday, apocryphal podcast. They cover the flavors of forgotten Christianities, things that could have been but weren't. And a lot of the apocrypha, much like the existing canonical scriptures, have behold in them a lot. So whenever someone says behold, it happens so often they made an emoji for it. And
Nice.
I pull a dapper and spam the emoji, so I'm just a terrible person. I love custom emojis.
No, don't say that. You're not a terrible person. Stop saying that. Stop. No, be kind to yourself. You're just a lover of emojis. That's fine. There's
It's
nothing
true.
wrong with
It's
that.
true. Yeah, thank you, Maya.
Fine.
Yes, that's. So yeah, and Lauren says we drink here. Yeah, that's. And occasionally do a show.
I will rectify that. There we go.
Yeah, it's a wicked fun time. That's where I learned about the cult of Thecla.
Oh, nice.
And,
I
and
don't know
once you learn about Thecla, you too will be a cultist.
Okay, well you. I feel like I'm being scammed already. I don't
Yeah,
know
probably.
why.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Thecla was. I don't want to spoil it because it's such a cool story.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Yeah.
Don't spoil
Okay. But there's a video about it on probably more than one over on Milwaukee Atheist. So yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, I got to check that out then.
Yeah. Okay. Another tangent there. So there's that. But hey, we're getting our shout outs in.
In a tangent. That was a tangent. That was like a tangentception right there. That's fantastic.
For real.
No, I'm here for it. That's the only reason I'm here is tangents, quite frankly.
That's probably fair.
Yeah.
But to what Dan was saying is he could have summarized his argument. Laplace comes to mind. He made the model for Napoleon, and Napoleon goes, "Where does God fit?" And Laplace says, "There's just no need for that hypothesis."
Yeah, my model has no need for it, kind of thing.
Yeah, God has been obsolete for quite some time now.
So look, maybe we should discuss this after we've watched the debate and get on with it. But like, sort of, is God obsolete in the sense that some people still seem to need a God to feel good in their lives, and that would be like the place where you would go: is God still necessary, or is God obsolete in that sense? Keeping in people in a place where they think they need a God. But I think that more and more as we get people deconverting and saying, "Hey, I'm happier and have a better life without it," I would kind of challenge that as well.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm trying to do a thing, and the chat keeps moving. There we go.
Wow, that is an epic pun. I love it.
That definitely deserved recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy for us to say as atheists that like there isn't anything for God to do in a person's life, like inner peace. You can practice meditation, mindfulness, so on and so forth. But maybe that is coming from a place of privilege after a fashion. Like just because it works for us doesn't mean it necessarily works for everyone.
Because there's a lot of people that do say, I'd be devastated without God in my life. I'd be, this without God in my life. And, I'd like to believe them just on their say so. But there is a lot of people that sort of have dropped faith and are much better off for it. Because it doesn't take away any of the things that you believe in, like any of your moral values, any of your sort of convictions to helping people, any of your, like I was having a conversation with Missing Mod, and it's like, how would your life change if you didn't believe in God? And the answer is not much. There's just a few things you wouldn't do, like go to church and things. You'd still be doing everything you would be doing ordinarily. So why do you need God in that case?
Mm-hmm.
And some people sort of go, oh, well, if I didn't have God, I would go around, killing people and all of this. And I don't believe that for a second. I don't think that not believing in a God, because believing in God doesn't seem to stop people from doing that. That's the thing. And not having a God, I don't think that suddenly turns you into a sociopath. You really, I think people will still have the same empathy towards others they had with a God, just for, different reasons. That's all.
Yeah, I've often suspected that when people say the reason I respect other people is because, like me, they're also made in the image of God, I feel like that's just as much of a cover, using religion in place of their own feelings or as justification for their own feelings, as when somebody is transphobic or homophobic and saying, oh, well, the Bible says I have to be. It's not me that hates you. It's the Bible says. That's, they're just using religion as a cover for their own feelings in that case, too.
Yeah, and in the Bible, there's plenty of examples where people are killing each. I mean, look at the first murder, Abel and Cain, for instance. That presumably God made both of them as well, but, Cain still killed Abel. And then what happened was God protected Cain from any repercussions of his action by giving him the mark of Cain, so people wouldn't harm him for killing his brother, which is just bafflingly weird, sort of.
Well, so there's a hypothesis that the entire Garden of Eden story was lifted from another culture, much the way Christianity lifted Christmas trees and created the Christmas holiday by incorporating other pagan traditions so that it would be easier to bring people in. Similar thing. But when they did it, they didn't really understand it because it wasn't an origin myth. It was a piece of propaganda against the Proto-Semites who were conquering their people. That's why we have the whole the one brother is the rancher and the other one is a farmer. It was the Proto-Semites were pastoralists, and TLDR is it was a warning that worshiping a god and putting forth this god as like, we're the special people because we've God on our side. This is way before the concept of being all-powerful and the one true God was ever thought of. It was just our God has the biggest dick. That would lead people to violence. It was a warning about the dangers of religious zealotry. And it's still in there in the Bible even to this day.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now the word to Professor Ward.
I'm a preacher, so I need a pulpit. Now, that was very clear, and within its limits, a very convincing exposition of what a scientific explanation would require of us. And in the course of it, Michael referred to the expression, the God of the gaps. That expression was first made public by Charles Coulson, who was an Oxford mathematician, who said, "We do not want a God of the gaps. We want a God who is present at every space and time." And Charles Coulson was a Methodist minister as well as a mathematician.
So what?
And the real question...
So what?
God particles?
We don't want a God of the gaps. So he came up with the original God of the gaps, but was he talking how it's used now? So I feel like he's sort of trying to say, hey, but a Christian came up with this saying. So what?
I wonder if that's true.
I don't know. But regardless of whether it came up, it's there to refer to an argument or an appeal to ignorance, or an argument from ignorance, or an argument from incredulity. Kind of a mixture of both. It's there to say, hey, because we don't know something, doesn't mean to say you can't use the argument, we don't know this, therefore a God did it. You know, that is a fallacious argument, whatever you're calling it. It doesn't matter what you're calling it. It could be called, deity of the designated deity for all that matters. It doesn't matter what it's called. The argument itself is fallacious.
Yeah, it's a. So he's a little bit off. Henry Drummond popularized it, but the phrase was coined by a fellow named Colson. But Drummond was using it to kind of push back on a practice by other theists, doing the God of the Gaps thing. Drummond was saying, no, don't put God in those gaps because you're making God small. God is everything, including whatever ends up being in those gaps, kind of thing. So yeah, it's interesting that, I mean, of course there would be, but it's still interesting that there are theists who don't like that practice either, because in a way, it kind of makes God more falsifiable, because if you put God in a gap and then you fill that gap, then where's God?
Yeah.
Hasn't Michael just totally missed something about God? And the most important thing about God. When people go into churches, for example, they don't typically think about the beginning of the universe and how Stephen Hawking has explained it and whether it's a good explanation. They would be just as mystified by this as the rest of us. They don't ask about the origins of life and try to analyze the theories of Max Planck or Paul Davies and compare and contrast them. They don't do science at all. Worshipping God is simply not a scientific activity. Well, what is it then? Well, I think God is a being who is believed to be a mind-like. I want to be a bit agnostic about knowing exactly what God is, but say a mind-like, at least a being who is conscious, who is a being that we can relate to in worship and devotion, whom we can revere and admire and seek union with. And a life of religion is a life of prayer and contemplation and meditation.
Yeah, so he's arguing from the pragmatism standpoint that it gives you things, so it's not obsolete. This is exactly what I was talking about. So he's going to argue that, hey, it provides solace, it provides all of these pragmatic things, it provides comfort, so therefore it's not obsolete. So he's taking the tangent, well, it doesn't matter if it exists or not, it's still useful, which is probably a really good way to go, to be honest with you, because he can point out studies where people that believe in a religion are more content, or they're generally happier, kind of thing. I have my own issues with this. I think that people are taking a easy lie over the hard truth, which I don't want to do. If you want to swallow the blue pill or whatever, the Matrix reference, because the Kachowskis that did the Matrix, they always got into which would you rather do, believe an easy lie or face the hard truth. All throughout their movies, they do this. Things like V for Vendetta, and Matrix, and all of these movies have that as a central theme. I think that short term, it might be beneficial for you, but for humanity in general, believing that somebody is going to come and save you from the world's problems is not a way to fix the problems. There's an issue here that you're relying on a solution that may not in fact exist. And we've got to acknowledge that. We've got to own up to, hey, the only things that can help us are us, and address that, or else there's going to be big problems. So yeah, that's my opinion on it, but he's I think he's done the right thing. He's shied away from, hey, God definitely exists, to God is has practical usages.
Yeah. As a general principle, I tend to favor the hard truth over the comforting lie kind of thing. But on the other hand, I've been noticing more and more in the past several months in particular, there are times when I have to lie to myself just to get through the day and be like, everything will be fine. I have to put things that I know are big problems off because I just don't have the resources to deal with them right now. and hope I can get the resources before that's a catastrophic issue. And
Well,
so I
no, but
kind of
that's a
see,
bit different. Everything will be fine. That's the thing. Like when what you're talking about is combating. Um, so we have a tendency to catastrophize, right? We take the worst case scenario and we play that in our heads. We do, because you want to be prepared for the worst case scenario kind of thing, ordinarily. But the problem comes that in modern life, that often doesn't happen. We've got to be clear here. Are you sort of saying it will be fine as in deluding yourself, or are you saying it'll be fine because you're going through a scenario in your head that probably will not occur?
more things like, well, as a for example, the car,
Okay.
right? The car's
Yeah.
working right now, but it's needed an oil change for like 5,000 miles. There's something squeaking in the engine. Like it's just a matter of time until
Yeah.
there's a big problem. But I
Yes.
have to just, things will be fine, and put it off and basically pray it doesn't explode on me until I have the money to be able to deal with repairs when whatever's wrong does go wrong, you know? Like, it's very much not fine and I know it, but I have to tell myself that so that I'm able to bracket it and set it aside so I can go about my day, you know?
But you don't know that it's going to explode before you have the money to deal with it. And it's probably quite likely that you will come up with the money before it does explode. Right? This is what I'm talking about. You're sort of assigning this certainty to what will happen, and that I think is what you should push back on, that this isn't a guaranteed thing that will happen. It's not.
It's true, it's not guaranteed. That's why I keep hoping that, you know,
Yeah.
because it's the last time I had to get the car repaired, it was a couple of $1,000s.
Mhm. That's
And
yeah, that's
yeah,
a lot.
I need a few more paychecks before I first I got to catch up on the things I'm behind on, and you know, it's not all bad though. Like we are making progress. I've got my first paycheck. It's not much because training pay, but they're starting to come in. So yeah, we'll get there. It's just it's still very stressful, you know? Shoot, I misplaced. There
Sorry
it
to
is.
hear that. Mhm.
If you're a religious person, you're a person who practices a discipline which will lead you to consciousness of the mind of the universe. And that's a practical activity. It doesn't really have directly anything to do with science at all. It doesn't much matter how the universe began or how life originated, because those aren't the questions you're asking. You may be interested in those, they may be relevant. What you're asking is it true that there is a being who is of supreme value and to whom I can consciously relate and who can transform my...
I don't like the way he phrased that supreme value, because
Yeah.
it makes me think of that concept, God is an infinite being and we're just finite, yada yada, whatever. It makes me think that, like, this is where that idea comes from, that humans are worthless by comparison. Like, we tell each other, you know, humans have value because we value humans, or from the theist side, because they're made in God's image.
Mm.
But at the same time saying that God is infinitely valuable and therefore all of us are nothing in comparison. That's
Correct.
the
Yeah.
kind of thing that makes the Crusades okay, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
And you get that sort of, talking to a Christian the other day, it was like, I know that I'm worthless. It's like, wow, that is not the case. I don't.
Mm.
I think that it lends a lot to that real negative opinion of yourself that we were talking about earlier. That like, because you're not infinite value, but you're not worthless, no matter what sort of stage your life is in or whatever. I will push back on that wherever I can with Christians who think that, hey, the only thing that gives my life value is a God. No, that is not true.
Yeah. I mean, I think even some Christians would say that that's the least important thing about a person. But I don't know. It's beliefs differ all over the place, but yeah, that horrible person thing, it bugs me. That's why I have the clip from Bless God Studios in my library. This one.
I think that's what distinguishes from Christianity from every other religion, because he's still talking about being a good person. And Christianity comes and says, no, you're incapable of being a good person. You're an evil person. You're a terrible person. At the core fabric of who you are. That's why we need laws. We need laws because we're bad people. All of us are bad people.
That's a really harmful message.
Yes, it is. It's incredibly harmful. We need laws because people take bad actions. There's a difference between a person doing a bad action. And this is the thing. That's why rehabilitative justice exists now. Like the penal system is gearing more and more towards, hey, how do we help people get out of these situations that they're in and become some more coherent with society and become a valuable member of society, rather than, hey, you're just a scumbag person, and if you don't have a god, then you're just absolute pond scum that doesn't deserve anything. It's really harmful, incredibly so.
Yeah, I when I had Joe from Gospelologian on to talk, that was one of the things that I most wanted to get to the bottom of is where this idea that in order to be a good Christian, you have to consider yourself to be worthless, and everyone else is worthless too.
Yeah,
it's ishy, but like, where does that come from? I mean, I get it that it comes from Paul, but like, how can people wrap their minds and hearts around that and truly embrace that idea that I'm horrible, I'm the worst ever, like.
Well, a lot of the time I think that religion, especially Christianity, it gives you a solution to a problem that does not exist. Right. So if you internalize this, if you internalize that you are a corrupt, fallen, evil individual, and the only thing that can save you is a God, you're then primed, to think that you absolutely need that religion in order to be a decent human being. Without it, you're lost. And so I think that religion, in a lot of ways, it sets itself up as this solution for a problem that doesn't even exist.
Mm-hmm. Like several people have said, they convince you you're sick and then sell you the cure.
Right. And if you internalize that everything you do is horrible, the person saying, "Hey, you're forgiven for this by this thing," would be very, very comforting. And that when you die, it's not just you just haven't had a shitty life because of the decisions that you've made. No matter what you do, you're going to have this extra fantastical experience afterwards, that will make up for anything you've done in this life, as long as you believe. It's very, very compelling and very attractive and very kind of very insidious to my mind, because there's nothing wrong with you. You've just done bad things. You've made some poor choices, but the choices that we make is what important. And you don't, it doesn't make your life invalid.
It kind of puts me in mind of those old deal with the devil paradigms. Like, all your troubles will go away if you just sign here.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not like deal with the devil, because you can always get out of that. You can start looking at yourself as just a person capable of doing good and bad, and start to think about what actions are good, what promotes well-being of yourself and well-being of others and community and sort of thing. There's no monopoly that religion has on community and caring for one another. You don't have to be alone in all of this. And you don't have to have this God to forgive you. You can forgive yourself. And that's all you need to do. But you have to be honest with yourself. You have to sort of make amends and say, hey, I'm sorry for that thing that I caused harm in. But that doesn't make me an intrinsically bad and evil person. I just made a poor choice. And that's okay. And that's what we talk about with being more kind to yourself, forgiving yourself for these mistakes that you made.
Mhm.
And we all make mistakes.
Yeah, it's true. For the most part, we just want people to, learn from them and grow. I mean,
Yeah.
the whole reason we have the ability to communicate things in the complex way that we do is because it gives us the capability of learning from other people's mistakes
Right.
instead of just
Right.
our own. And that created a
Mm.
huge advantage in the evolutionary scheme of things.
Mm-hmm. And we're still learning. We're still a young species. We're still stumbling along. That's okay. We're gonna stumble. We're gonna absolutely royally screw up. That's okay. The human history is screwing up and getting slightly better as we go along. It's okay.
Hmm. It's true in everything we do. That's science, but that's also history, particularly from the perspective of justice, the way Dr. King talked about it. The arc of history bends towards justice, but only when people push at it, kind of thing. Robin Webster sends $5 and says, "I want to buy God for what I think he's worth. Sell him for what he thinks he is worth." I mean, well, from a certain point of view, God is pretty rich. Like the Catholic Church has billions and billions in the bank. We don't
I
even know
think
how much.
no, I think Robin meant I want to buy God for what I think he's worth and sell him for what he thinks he's worth.
Ah,
Because then you would make a presumably infinite profit on that one. Presumably. No, I got you, Robin. Yeah, it just said mess that up. No, I got you. It's buy God for what I think he's worth.
that makes more sense.
Yeah,
Although,
totally.
I mean, I would be happy with just what the Mormons have in their bank accounts. I could literally solve homelessness, solve hunger, and still never have to stress about bills for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
There's a
they
lot of money
absolutely
in those bank accounts.
yeah, they hoard it. And the crazy thing is they're a
Thank
non-profit
you,
as
Robin.
well. They're like saying they're a non-profit church, and what they're doing is saying, "Hey, we're going to hoard money away for presumably emergencies or some kind of issue that never happens," and they're just making profit essentially and just storing it away. Thanks for
Yeah,
nothing, guys.
yeah. It's well, I mean, influencing elections to make life harder for minority groups that's totally what God would want. Yeah, or something.
My life, so that I can even say that I participate in the nature of that supreme consciousness. That's the religious question. Not everybody's interested in religion, but that's what religion is about, and that's what belief in God is about. So it's simply not a scientific hypothesis. And when Michael says, well, the religious
agree.
person comes along to a scientific view and says, oh, well, the answer to that is God did it, I don't think any intelligent believer has ever said that at all. We don't
What?
use God.
I'm sorry, what?
Where's my... Yeah, there we go. No intelligent believer has said that. Let me qualify that. Anybody who says that, they're just not an intelligent believer.
I would dispute that, sir, or else you're calling 3/4 of the Christianity unintelligent. I roundly push back against that sentiment. Tons of Christians have said that the universe is caused by. William Lane Craig says it on a daily friggin' basis. What are you talking?
It's true. It does come up a lot.
A lot. Just a tiny bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
William Lane Craig, the guy that did the Kalam, adapted the Kalam to his nefarious intentions. Yes, that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Mark, morality exists. Therefore, God, because reasons. Do I qualify as a
I'm
PhD
sold.
philosopher now?
Apparently so. Yeah.
You know, I've also heard math exists. Therefore, God.
Yeah. That's true.
Any sort of scientific explanation. And the interesting thing is that Michael limits explanation to scientific explanation, what he calls natural explanation. And of course, that's what the sciences deal with. In Britain, the sciences are called natural sciences, meaning they deal with physical things in space and time. Now, lying behind that definition, there's a philosophical view. And the philosophical view is there is nothing but physical things in space and time. And that's the view I want to challenge. In fact, I think it's a view which is even scientifically obsolete. But let me say a little bit more about that. If you were a materialist and you thought there's nothing but things that exist in space and time, you wouldn't, for example, be able to do what many physicists of my acquaintance now do, believe in a multiverse. Because if you believed in a multiverse, you'd believe there are lots of different spaces and times, and those other spaces and times aren't in this space and time. And in fact, they're not in any space and time at all. How can you have spaces and times in a super space and time? That sounds suspiciously supernatural to me.
What?
So,
No. Parent and child universes are something that's been hypothesized, especially by Sean Carroll. I don't know why that would be the case. I mean, if you're saying, hey, they're not the local presentation of space-time, yes, correct. And I don't think they're called spaces and times either. It's space-time. They're sort of the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we can have other spaces and times even within this universe. Like,
Correct.
go a galaxy over and 100 years in the future. It's a different space and a different time. It's really weird. Although, from a certain point of view, I can kind of, it reminds me of another William Lane Craig debate where Craig said to his opponent, well, say we discover the edge of the universe and then we go outside it, beyond the bounds of natural law and all that stuff. What might we find out there? And his opponent goes, more nature. Like it's
Possibly.
outside of our nature, but it still could be nature. It's whatever it naturally exists out there is the nature of that place. It's kind of weird, but I mean, that's what Craig was getting at, is he was trying to lead the other fellow into saying, well, that must be beyond nature, therefore super nature.
So if you're talking about the universe, and then presumably whatever the universe is in is a cosmos, right? So whether that's just the universe or whether there is something beyond it, you're talking about the cosmos, the total sum of everything that exists, essentially. It's sort of saying what is outside nature or what is outside the cosmos presumes that there is something supernatural outside of nature. It doesn't get you anything. You've got to sort of show that there is an outside to begin with. Like the universe is kind of, we kind of see it as finite but boundless in the way that sort of space-time curves back in on itself. And I'm not a physicist, but I believe this is the case. That it kind of, if you travel in a straight line, you'll end up coming back to where you started from. It's curved in such a way that there is no boundary. So when you say outside, that might not even exist. We don't know. How would you know that?
Yeah, that's definitionally something that we cannot know. We don't have an epistemology for that, at least at this point. I mean, maybe someday that'll actually be, if we ever do get teleportation portals working, that's going to be the debate. Are we really jumping across time and space, or are we stepping across into another very, very similar other universe in a different point? How would we know?
Even modern physics.
Yeah, I think that's why it would be a fun debate. Well, I don't know. It depends on how the debate would go, because I don't think functionally it doesn't make a difference. If you step into the next universe over and the only difference is one electron is in a slightly different state, why would it matter? especially if
Well,
you're double
presumably you
stepping
could-
across here,
Well, presumably you could like step over, take an action, and that action wouldn't be reflected when you go back. So just say you change something, and the sun is refired or something. Presumably you step back through the portal and nothing has changed. Your sun's still fading out of existence, for instance.
Yeah, that can be weird. Although I don't know that that'll ever. So there's a philosophical thing about that too, that if there is an infinite multiverse, then it is inevitable that in one of them, if travel between multiversal universes is possible, it's inevitable that one of those infinite number has already figured out how to do it. And the fact they haven't shown up here yet almost disproves the possibility of that happening.
Well, it doesn't actually, because even if one of those infinite universes has figured out how to do it, the amount of universes that have to visit to reach us would be so great that it's almost certain they haven't reached us yet by probability.
Yeah, it's the other side of the infinity. They have to visit an infinite number of universes before reaching us is inevitable, and that's problematic too.
Yeah.
But it's a fun thought experiment, though. It's
absolutely
similar to the time travel thing. If we ever invent time travel in the future, then the future time travelers would already be here.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know they aren't here right now?
Hang on, I'll grab my tinfoil hat. Hold on.
It's the lizard people, I tells you.
It's the reptoids.
Physicists are a bit distressed at the thought of everything having to be in space and time. And I asked the three best-known philosophical naturalists in Britain to do a conference at Heathrop College, where I'm associated now, and they came, and every one of them said, actually, we can't define naturalism. We can't define materialism. In the old days, perhaps we thought we could, but now with quantum physicists, and there are some very good quantum physicists here at Chapman University, quantum physicists say, well, actually, no, you can't define matter. It's a form of energy, but it may have many forms, and many different forms than the ones that we see and touch and feel. The world is not as simple as that. So my big question, really, to Michael is, do you really think that all there is stuff in this space and this time, and that every form of explanation must talk about something in this space and this time? Why?
He's leading down a bad path.
Yeah.
I don't like it. He's setting up a false dichotomy, I think. Because he's saying either there's everything that we know and can know, or God. And that's not really valid. Like, no one thinks that this is all there is. It's just we think that what we have yet to discover isn't necessarily something somebody made up a couple thousand years ago. Like, there probably is more. But why would we think it's that particular explanation? We have no reason to believe that.
Well, I got kind of a different takeaway. I think he's shifting the burden of proof. I think that he's sort of going, well, unless you've examined everything, you can't know there's not a God. So show there's not a God when you haven't examined absolutely everything in any cosmos or multiverse or anything at all. No, it's not up to us to examine the sum total of any reality and show there's not a God. It's up to you to show there is a God, and that God is not obsolete. It's a weird tack to take. I think he's really off base here, trying to say, hey, well, we don't know there's not a God.
John, I'm very sorry to hear that your homework ate your dog. That's a real tragedy. Although, you may be eligible for compensation.
Well, because you're late, I'm going to assign you a 400-word essay on why ink and paper is bad for dogs. There you go. But you're feeling generous. 400 words is trivial.
It's true.
It really is.
Why limit things like that? And a similar question is scientific explanation, what Michael called natural explanation, is that the only form of explanation there is? What about art and music and beauty and morality and personal experience of other people? Do they all fall under scientific explanation?
Well, I dare say they fall under naturalism because they're
Yeah.
all things that happen in the real universe and are explainable by real phenomena.
And sort of a lot of the things that he's describing here are just subjective, sort of, subjective things. Like beauty is just a subjective perception to the person. One person can find something beautiful and the other person can just totally disagree. It's not like you've got any kind of concrete thing here to say, hey, that's a thing that comes from God. It seems to just be our inherent likes and dislikes. So I don't think he's onto a winner with this one.
Yeah.
Really? Aesthetics is basically what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, well, we all agree that Strawberry Jesus is beautiful. So therefore Bigfoot Jesus? I don't know. It's a weird argument.
I don't think they do. If you have Beethoven's Ninth Symphony on a CD, you can give a scientific explanation of how you got the music onto a binary code and how you got this onto a machine that will turn it back into music if you do it properly. You can have an explanation of how to do those things, but explaining Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, well, you wouldn't even use the word explain, really. You'd think appreciating. That's the word we want. We want to learn to appreciate something that is not physical. Or at least, even if it's physical, you're not approaching it in an analytic, physical way. You're listening to the music. So somebody could know everything about the scientific explanation of electromagnetic waves of sound hitting neurons on the brain, which makes them vibrate at a certain rate and gives people pleasure. You can.
That's not how any of those things work, but yeah. I get that he's not trying to be accurate. He's just trying to make a point, but it still bugs me that every single part of that explanation was completely wrong. Like, he should get an award for that, I think.
And you're looking at an emotional response to music. All of that is naturalistic. Like, there's nothing non-natural about it. Like, you're really pointing to this very fuzzy concept of aesthetic appreciation and saying, oh, well, look, you can't pin it down. You can't do it. It must be God. It is the worst argument ever. Like, seriously, you might as well say math came from God, or any of these abstract concepts came from God. They're not real things. They just we have a sense of emotion, and that is tied to certain things, maybe from our childhood, maybe from sort of evolutionary process creating them. So bright colors seem really nice to us because we kind of look for fruit. There's a whole complex thing going on there, but there's no reason to think a God is involved somewhere to say, hey, this is beautiful, I determine it so. Bonk.
It's objectively beautiful.
Yes. I presume a vulture would probably find a rotten carcass absolutely wonderful. Us, not so much.
Well, there've been days.
Yeah, okay.
It's like it's made of meat. It's been cooking in the sun. It's probably fine. I hope. Maybe.
Wow. Insight into your life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do all that, but you haven't begun to appreciate music. And I would say religion is more like appreciating the true nature of reality than it is like giving some physical explanation of an unknown fact. In fact, it's not.
Well, no.
How do you know it's the true nature of reality?
Similar but different. Like,
yeah,
when I meditate, I kind of. It's difficult to explain in words because I've never tried to put it into language. But for the sake of discussion, I'll super simplify and say I kind of try to feel the realness of reality around me, and it kind of manifests as a visual of a web of crystal threads that connects to everything, and everything is vibrating, and there's a kind of resonance to it as time flows, and it's a very involved thing. But what I'm trying to do in that moment is appreciate the true nature of reality. I'm not taking a mythological idea and superimposing it over reality and somehow calling that appreciation of the true nature of reality. That's kind of the opposite of that.
Yeah.
It bugs me.
Like that at all. It's not like giving a physical explanation at all. Religion doesn't explain. What true religion says, that's the one I believe, of course, what true religion says is the ultimate reality is mystery. And we contemplate mystery.
I see. The real reality is the one that isn't real. The real reality around you, that's not real. The real one is the one that isn't real.
And of course, he has the true religion. You know,
Yes.
all the other ones are false. Yeah, yeah. No, I get you.
This is very confusing.
It's not total mystery, as though there's nothing there or we don't know what's there at all, but it's far beyond our understanding. It has the nature of mind, but a mind greater than ours, a mind which can, however, transform our minds as we come to know it.
This is... I get what he's getting at, that he believes that there's a big, powerful super brain behind everything, a galaxy brain, if you will. But it makes me think of, I think it was a cartoon years and years ago of a person who was attributing everything wonderful that happened in his life to these tiny beings that no one ever really saw. And there's a plan, and the universe is running this way for a reason that is in accord with the plan. It was clearly an allusion to religion. And
Was it Underpants
ultimately...
names?
Ants. He had decided that these nearly brainless insects were somehow wiser than he could comprehend because he didn't understand their ways and they were responsible for everything. And
right.
It's a whole... It's just...
Yeah. And he is really, stepping foot in that God of the gaps. Like, oh, well, God is the mysteries that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could not make a stronger God of the gaps argument if you literally took out a gap and shoved a God into it. Like, you absolutely are stepping into it. Everything we don't know about is God. Then how do we know it's God if we don't know about it?
Yeah. And on top of that, it's just this wishful thinking, magical thinking even, of trying to ascribe things to this greater mind, which in all likelihood is probably not as great as your own mind and may even be mindless.
Well, it's also
weird.
that ascribing any attributes to the unknowable. Yeah. But don't forget, he's got the true religion, not all the other ones out there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How do we know? Well, book said a thing. There it is. We got to use it.
What we know, said St. Augustine, changes what we are. We become like what we know. And those who think of God as the supreme beauty and the supreme perfection hope to become more like that beauty and perfection as they take into their own minds the thought of that mind of all things.
I need to unmute myself. I coughed, so I muted, and I fucked everything up. Supreme beauty. But beauty is very, very subjective. So everybody's going to have a different idea of what a supreme beauty is, which means there can't be a supreme being if it is supreme beauty. Like, you can't have an objective, perfect thing based on a subjective value.
Right.
It's such a weird way to phrase it, and I
feel
suppose
like he's
this
almost preaching. Like, he really does feel a tiny bit preachy kind of thing. I don't know what's his name? Something Ward?
Yeah, it said at the beginning. I can't.
Is he a minister or a pastor or something? I feel like he's a pastor rather than, some kind of scientist or some kind of Maybe he's just a
Yeah,
theologian.
he's associated with Oxford, but in the divinity department.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's very peculiar.
Yeah, theologian and a priest of the Church of England. Yeah,
Hmm.
Church of England is usually very atheistic as well. It kind of doesn't. It's one of the. Actually, I'm not 100% sure about that one.
If God is supreme beauty and God is a gender, then God is going to make half the people gay. What if God is non-binary? Then everyone will be half gay? I don't know. I always okay, so a couple of thoughts. First, I learned from looking into genders in the Talmud that there was no gender neutral pronoun for the ancient Hebrews. They used he as a default for what we now use as they, them. So
Right.
God, Yahweh, as described in the Bible, actually was referenced as gender neutral, but they didn't have a way to fully express that. But also the way theists get worked up over God's preferred pronouns at the same time they get big mad at us for talking about pronouns, just it's hilarious. But also whenever theists talk about how much they love Jesus, but also how straight they are, I can't help but laugh.
Yeah.
So the real question is, well, what is the nature of reality? And I want to suggest to you that it is the nature of mind, that underlying all this apparent physical stuff, there is something like consciousness, something like spirit. Now, Michael might say, consciousness, nobody can explain what that is, because how do you get consciousness out of a group of neurons and physical stuff? Actually, consciousness doesn't need that sort of explanation. I think scientists should go on looking for it, but I don't hold out much hope that they ever find an explanation, because you just can't explain the connection between the physical goings-on in a human brain and that sound and sight and vision of beautiful music, beautiful landscape, moral transformation. No, the realities of life, falling in love. You can do lots of scientifically relevant stuff, but you might miss the reality of love itself. So all of the things of value in our experience...
about sort of abstract concepts is like they're the real reality. Like abstracts are the real reality, that's going on.
I could see him making the case that things like love and beauty are what make life worth living. There's something to be said for aesthetics like that, but it's, I don't know, the way he's phrasing things is very off-putting. This whole thing of we can't explain consciousness. It's like he's painting that picture of you're not really you. The you think of as you is actually a player in a higher dimension operating a Sims character. You're just the avatar of that higher player or something like that, and that's weird. Like we can't fully explain consciousness, but we can explain where consciousness came from. The way we have a single awareness, that's because of evolution. It's an evolutionary advantage to develop a cognitive identity as if we were a single individual, because without one, then you have different areas of the brain all screaming at each other about what they need, and you never really accomplish anything. And we see it in other animals too, like a dog. When a dog knows that they've done something wrong, they cower because they have that same type of self-awareness, if not to the same degree, of being a discrete individual entity,
And just because you have let's just steel man and say for a second you've got some kind of, like you said, like remote control or some sort of soul piloting your body like a go-kart or something. I don't know. Like, let's just say that is the case, right? That doesn't get you to a god. That could be the case, that you have this extrasensory supernatural thing that allows you to perceive beauty and allows you to perceive all these things, and you could be reincarnated and there is no God, right? That doesn't necessarily lead to a God. Like you're basically saying, hey, there has to be this other thing to sense these things that we don't have explanations for. A, God of the gaps, for instance, or supernatural of the gaps, as one of which you put it. B, we kind of know what seems to support conscience is the brain and, all of the neurons firing and things like that. You have to show that there is actually something extra there. You can't just say, hey, we don't understand how these things work. It's got to be supernatural, because tons of people have said that. We don't know how lightning works, must be supernatural. We don't understand how light works, must be supernatural. We don't understand how disease works, must be supernatural. There's a long parade of things that we haven't understood how it works. Doesn't mean it's supernatural. And even if it was supernatural, it doesn't get you to a God.
Yeah. I often enjoy the lightning one because, like many children when I was a child, I would see lightning and I'd be like, wow, that's so sudden and so powerful. And there's just so much energy. Like, even though I knew there was a scientific explanation for it, I could definitely appreciate why people thought it came from a god in the old days.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You can completely understand. And why, for some reason, somebody sort of has, especially when people are getting struck by lightning, seems very, this seems very, very personal, doesn't it? When you're standing out there in your armor and sword and you get like a lightning bolt hit you, you probably feel like you did something wrong. But, we now know that being in a storm and standing around wearing metal and holding something metal aloft is a good way to get struck by lightning.
Yeah, apparently that's what pisses off Zeus.
Yeah.
Are precisely experiences. Consciousness in ourselves is the first thing we know. It's the most obvious thing we know. And of course, I'm a philosopher, really, and so my problem is not what consciousness is, it's why we have bodies. My wife would say, I ought to know by now, but I do have a problem with that. Why do minds need bodies? Now, that's a really interesting question.
That is a really interesting question, because if minds can exist without bodies, as many theists, including Professor Ward here, seem to be supposing, why do we have bodies in the first place?
Right.
This is it's related to a thing Hugh Ross brought up not that long ago, that the entire purpose of the universe is so that humans could be redeemed from sin. All of this exists so that humans could be redeemed in the name of Christ, even though that's not working out for most of humanity, but whatever,
Right.
that's why the universe is here. Except for the fact that you don't have sin until you're born into the fallen world. So why do that then? Why inflict people with sin by making them be born in the real world in order to redeem them from a thing they didn't have until they were there? Why do we need bodies?
And presumably God knows what's going to happen and what decisions people make in the if they were put into bodies. So why bother doing it at all?
Yeah.
Why not just he knows what's going to happen? Why doesn't he just pop just skip all of that? He obviously knows who is redeemable and who is not redeemable from the outset.
Yeah, like Christy Burke got into trouble with Ray Comfort for asking why not have babies just be born in heaven and skip original sin entirely.
Well, and here's the thing, like so if the mind is a emergent property of the brain, then why do we have bodies? Because the mind wouldn't exist without the brain. In some way, you've got to show that a mind can even exist without a brain. I mean, we've seen billions of brains with minds and billions of minds with brains. We've never seen one without one. Like if you could produce that, your God would have a way higher credibility. But you can't. You're taking it as a priori assumption that the mind does not need a brain. It is a separate thing that is outside of the physical form, which, I think that most neurologists and most people that examine the brain would disagree wholeheartedly with that. You've got to explain why someone with brain damage has personality changes and will see things completely different, including your beauty standards. You've got to explain why someone that's had their lobes separated along the middle of their brain has two different personalities who disagree on things. Your explanation doesn't cover that. But,
Well, we're not supposed to pay attention to the edge cases. It's very much like in debates over gender. The transphobes just cannot handle the fact intersex people exist, because acknowledging that there are people who aren't born one gender or the other just completely demolishes their entire case. So we can't look at the exceptions. We have to keep it middle of the road and put blinders on.
And they also ignore all of the neurology that says, hey, we've examined the brains, and for some strange reason, the trans brain seems more like the opposite gender's brain that they were born into, or the opposite sex's brain that they were born into. So, yeah, inconvenient, but...
Yep. Jake Nelson has as usual, the theist has it backward. A mind can't exist without a body, but apparently a body can exist without a mind. For example, Ray Comfort. I was thinking something similar. I was going to reference the old scarecrow thing from Wizard of Oz. Oh, there are lots of people without brains who do an awful lot of talking. I mean, that's without brains rather than without minds, but the joke still works.
But we know that exists. We can tell when somebody who has suffered damage to their brain that they're not conscious. Their brain is not functioning. They have no thoughts. They're just, unfortunately, they are brain dead. They do not experience any kind of sort of thoughts at all. And we know this because we can sort of examine thoughts under MRI and things like that. Like we can basically get a gist of what someone's thinking about by examining the patterns that their brain is making. It's absolutely astounding. By no means is it mind reading. We can only get a slight sort of understanding of it, but it's pretty incredible. And we know that the people in that state, a vegetative state, are not thinking at all. They don't have consciousness.
Yeah, it's a very unpleasant position to be in. So I'm debating whether I want to go on a particular tangent because it touches on something unpleasant. I think I'll probably skip it though, because it's unpleasant.
Up to you. It's never stopped us before though. But up to you.
Well, it has to do with my little sister. I mentioned
no, that's fair.
Totally
fair.
God, of course, would be a mind without a body. Would Michael really want to say that's an incoherent notion?
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen a proof of any sort that there could not be a consciousness without a body. In fact, I can even imagine it. For David Hume, that would be enough, so it's enough for me. That is to say, I can look at myself in the mirror, and as I look, my body disappears, but I'm still thinking. So
I can imagine having unicorn as well. That doesn't make it real.
Well, I've never seen a proof for there not being unicorns. I guess that's what passes for logic today.
Apparently, I can imagine a mind without a brain, a mind without a body. Yeah, I can imagine a three-toed gremlin as well. It doesn't make it a real thing. Come on, dude. This is a guy. This is a theologian from a university. Wow. It's like maybe he's sort of a subscriber to Neoplatonism or something. Like he thinks that sort of any concept has to exist in some far-fetched realm kind of thing, perhaps.
Yes,
it's weird.
All things that are chair derive the property of chairness from the universal form of chairness that exists in some ethereal subdimension. It's kind of fun to think about, but I mean, it's an abstract, you know.
Experiences without having eyes? Well, we all know that's possible. We all know it's possible to put a brain in a vat and by stimulating it, make it have experiences. I mean, in stories anyway, this happens quite a lot. But you can think of consciousness without a brain. I mean, I don't think humans, don't get me wrong, I'm not denying you have brains.
What
There's
have
an
you been up to?
there's an
What have
old
you been up to?
story. I can't even remember the title of the damn thing because my brain is made of mush. But TLDR, there was a mad scientist dude, super genius, but slightly evil. He died. They put his brain in a vat and basically tortured it in order to elicit experiences so they could scan for information and whatever. But he was so smart. He was such a genius that he was able to eventually figure out how to use his brainwaves to take control of the minds of the other people and started to basically build a little empire. And he was just a brain in a vat. And finally, the good guy who arrived on the site of the mad science experiment because his plane crashed nearby, he had to fight back against the mind control. And like the big climactic scene is when he shatters the jar that the brain is in with an axe.
Nice.
Yeah.
But it's still got a brain. That's the thing. Like he's sort of saying without a body. Okay, what about without a brain?
Yeah, that's harder to do.
Yeah.
Well,
because the case that you're talking about, there's still a body as such. It's the support network that's keeping the brain alive. That's his body for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, the mind needs a medium to run on.
Yes.
Like it's not impossible that in the future, possibly the near future, we'll have the capability of transferring a mind into a computer. But you still need something physical for the mind to run on.
Yeah. And that's the body for all intents and purposes, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in many ways, the body is just the life support system for the brain. I don't know as I'd go so far to say that the brain is the life support for the mind, because I don't think the purpose is to have a mind. I think the mind exists for the purpose of making life function, increasing your odds of survival, and serving the greater purpose of procreation to get evolution further down the road. It's a mindless process, so of course it doesn't focus on minds.
And there is the hard question of consciousness. Why are we conscious at all and not just responding to stimuli like plants? Most evolutionary biologists sort of respond that it is better, evolutionarily speaking, to be able to have sort of cognitive processes than not, but that still doesn't solve the hard problem, which may not even be solvable. It may just be a sort of a something that was thrown up very, very early on that sort of was favorable. It's a very, very tough problem, but sort of just saying, well, God, that doesn't solve the problem. That's just an excuse. That's just a crutch. That's just sort of doing a God of the gaps. Like, this being can be the answer to any problem. Like you could say, why did I drop my toast this morning?
God did it.
God.
Damn it, God, I wanted that toast.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're always saying, that it's substituting. Instead of looking for the real answer, I'm just gonna make up an answer because it's easier.
And I like what Matt Delahunt says. He says you can't solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery. Like you can't just sort of have a question like, why are we conscious, and then pointing to something we know even less about than conscious, like a God. It doesn't solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably do. But I do think that your consciousness is not identical with your brain. It's not part of your brain. It's certainly connected strongly to your brain, but it's the most real part of you. In each of you, there is something individual, unique, that only you know about. You probably won't tell anyone else about. There are things about you of which you have direct awareness that you couldn't even express. That's the reality of consciousness. And if you think, well, maybe consciousness is just not an accidental byproduct of the material universe, but actually the reality which gives rise to a material universe. Now, I'm not going to, and I'm not confident to go into quantum mechanics here.
Yeah, that seems very backwards to me.
Well, he kind of, so this is idealism at its base form. It's kind of like sort of saying, hey, we tend to think, and the materialist thinks that the brain is and the physical stuff is the foundation which gives rise to the mind. They basically go, well, it's the mind and all the things within the mind that give rise to the physical universe around you, kind of thing, which is kind of weird, and I don't get it. Like, I don't know how they can know that. It's very, very strange and odd to me anyway, but that's essentially what he's doing, basically saying, hey, there's this idealistic this idea in your head. It's the mind has the base foundation, and the mind of God is the base foundation, and that creates all of the physical things around you. Again, I'm totally unfalsifiable. There's no way you can demonstrate this.
Well, I don't know. That makes me think of that whole a thing that I actually believed when I was a teenager, that reality is the result of your perceiving reality. Like, there is no actual reality. You perceive something, and that makes it real for you. That doesn't really work under a theory of mind option, because if I see a red light and the other guy sees a green light, then we have a car crash. Like, you can't perceive something into being. Things are objectively separate from our own perceptions. It's just data input. But it seems kind of like that's what Professor Ward here is going for, that mind is the ultimate reality, and it creates what we perceive as reality.
Yes.
But no, it's demonstrably not true.
Well, I mean, idealists have some sort of excuses they give, like it's the mind of God, so it's consistent kind of thing, and all this kind of junk. I really think that it's just a sort of device in order to get a God to be a foundation for all reality kind of thing. I really don't subscribe to it at all. It's terrible.
Yeah, and Pinworm strikes again. Another $2. Hi there. Glad you're still on. Yeah, I'm glad we're still on too. We haven't yet been smoked
we have not been cancelled
by the angry gods. Yes.
But I do know that there is an outstanding institute for quantum studies in this university. And I've talked to one or two other people in that institute, and they have my permission. I mean, I have their permission. I have their permission to say that they think that consciousness has a much more important place in our understanding of reality than old-fashioned, obsolete Newtonian science would have said. That somehow
Newtonian science is not obsolete. Get out of here.
Well, it's not. It's still a valid working model. It's just not as accurate as others. Look, just because consciousness has a greater place than we think doesn't make your statements true at all. If you're trying to sort of say, hey, quantum states to be observed, they fall into, like, that isn't what they're talking about. You've completely misunderstood. I feel like he's gearing up to say, hey, a quantum particle, when observed, the quantum field collapses into us. That's not what they mean by observed. Like, it's not the presence of a mind doing that. That's not the case.
That's Deepak Chopra bullshit. And it drives me fucking crazy, because I see people who are dabbling with the sciences represent it that way all the time. Oh, the double slit experiment proves that when you observe reality, it changes. So you're observing it, makes it. That's not what observe means in that context.
Correct. Yep.
Ay, ay, ay.
Well, for very complex reasons, maybe we live in a participatory universe, not a mechanical universe. And a participatory universe is one in which consciousness and matter come together in a way that is inseparable. And the consciousness actually makes a difference to the very material things we see. Let me give you a quick example of that. We're all sitting in this room now. As you look around, you think you are seeing, you believe you are seeing solid, three-dimensional, colored objects, other people. And you are. But if you ask a quantum physicist, well, what's really in this room? If you all shut your eyes, what would be here? Right? What would be in this room if you all shut your eyes? But there wouldn't be any solid three-dimensional colored objects in this room. What would there be? Well, I don't understand what they go on to tell me, but I can repeat what they said. And they say, well, one of my colleagues in Oxford certainly said to me, it's been confirmed a bit this week at this university, what you get is a set of probability waves in Hilbert space, which is 11-dimensional, and in which actually there are no colors or solidity at all.
It's not even remotely close to accurate.
Yeah, that is not.
Like, I get that he thinks he's saying what he thinks a quantum physicist would say, but we'd have to get Grayson in here for a more accurate description, but no, things don't stop being solid just because you're not looking at them. The things that we call colors, that's our perception of electromagnetic waves, but those waves are still there even if you're not looking at them, you know?
Yeah. And here's the thing, this sort of participatory and it's sort of the anthropic principle. It's not really, it's sort of he's misconstrued what it actually means by observed. It just means that there is some sort of interaction with something else. And I've got to point this out because I'm going to be doing this a lot. Even if it were the case that a consciousness is required for waveform collapse, which it's not, the waveform collapse will happen regardless of whether something is conscious or not. It doesn't get you to a God. How does that get you to a God?
Yeah, that's a hell of a jump. It's a big non sequitur. But you're supposed to be so preoccupied with the quantum stuff that you don't think about that.
Yeah. Well, I think he's trying to say, hey, all of this is happening in the mind of God. I think that's where he's going by trying to combine idealism with the indeterminism that sort of quantum physics alludes to. And yes, it's very Deepak Chopra. And I would say that the quantum physicists sort of said, hey, this seems like a participatory universe kind of thing. And he's just run with it. Like, yeah, wow.
Yeah, like what really throws me off is the 11 dimensions. Now, granted, this debate is a little bit older, but the strings theory and superstring theory, I don't know that anyone ever took them seriously, like saying reality really is 11 dimensions or something. It's always been a mathematical concept.
Correct.
We've tried to think of ways that we might be able to test it, but so far it's completely unfalsifiable. It exists entirely in math.
I think some physicists did really that was their favored hypothesis, and they really did lean into it. I won't say they didn't, but I think that the fact that it was never a theory meant that we never took it, as seriously as some other things, which is fine. I think it was the sort of maybe was the prevailing theory at one point, or the prevailing hypothesis rather at one point, but that's not the case. But I mean, if he says there's 11 dimensions, wasn't he saying earlier that multiverse couldn't exist and there were no other dimensions?
Right.
I'm confused by this guy because he was kind of saying, hey, these other dimensions don't exist earlier in order to have other universes. And now he's saying that there's at least 11 dimensions. Okay. But you do realize that M theory, that you're kind of taking those 11 dimensions from membrane theory, specifically has other universes where the membranes collide and create universes. You do realize this, don't you?
I don't think he does. No.
Just saying, you're sort of using quantum theory, which specifically has other universes, M theory, which is kind of, nobody takes it seriously anymore anyway, and saying there's, multiverse isn't a thing. It's baffling. It's weird.
Yar. See? Yar. We're proper science communicators now.
Arr. Make him walk the plank.
I think we should. It'd
Yeah.
be good for his consciousness.
Yeah.
So I tend to
Maybe
say,
if he
well, thanks
closes
very much
his
for that.
the plank and water and sharks won't exist. Maybe that's what'll happen.
That's right. They'll just disintegrate into waveforms.
And what's it like? And they say, well, you know what 3 dimensions are. Just imagine 11 dimensions. Okay, right, I give up. And that's the point. These days, I think in physics, we all give up, right? Even the best quantum physicists, even Stephen Hawking too, as well, although he's not a quantum physicist technically, but even he would say, we don't know. Stephen is much more agnostic than you might think. And I think when Michael mentioned the grand design, I read that book carefully, and in it, Stephen explains everything by the use of some theory called M theory, about which Stephen Hawking's great collaborator on the black hole thing, Roger Penrose, said M theory isn't even a theory. It's mathematically just not formulated yet. It's a faith. And there's the point. Physicists are people of faith.
No, he's not using faith like that. He's using like the support of a hypothesis without proving that it's in fact a theory. He's right. It isn't a theory. It's a hypothesis. And sort of there was physicists leaning into it. So you're really taking him out of context, because he was sort of saying, hey, the people that believe that M theory is theory are kind of taking it on faith. He didn't mean that the entirety of quantum physics is just faith. Wow, this guy, and trying to get Stephen Hawking's a famous atheist on the God bus, sir. Let him rest in peace. Seriously, that is a disservice. And I feel like he's trying to baptize after the funeral kind of thing. I really do. That's you're a bad person. I don't like you.
Oh yeah, I hate when people. He's getting the triple face palm. That's what's going on here. And Stephanie raises a really good point that there are people working on it, but they're willing to be wrong.
Yeah,
that's kind of an important distinction when dealing with this sort of, because he's with this dude, anything that can justify anything. And it really, 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 really bugs me when people are like, aha, you have faith too. Not in the same way. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir on this one, because you just did the room rumble where that one guy tried to pin you down with the definition of faith.
that
was a trip.
Yeah. Yeah, so Hawking was an atheist. In an interview published by The Guardian, he regarded the brain as a computer which will stop working when its components failed, and the concept of an afterlife as a fairy story for people afraid of the dark. Yeah. Yeah, it's in addition, Hawking stated... in an interview with Mundo, he said, before we understand science, it's natural to believe that God had created the universe, but now science offers a more convincing explanation. And what I meant by we would know the mind of gods is that we would know everything God would know if there is a God. With there isn't, I'm an atheist. In addition, he stated, if you like, you can call the laws of science God. Now, this is Spinoza's God, the basically physics, but it wouldn't be a personal God that you would meet and put questions to. He was absolutely an atheist. You should be ashamed of yourself, sir.
Yep. Or yar, if we want to be properly scientific.
You're a liar, sir.
It's so weird how there's this tendency to try to reassign people's beliefs when they were very explicit about them. Like, oh, well, Fred Hoyle was an atheist until he realized that the universe must be doing something. No, just because they're not on your team doesn't make them an atheist. Just like being an atheist doesn't mean they're automatically on your team if you want them to be. It's fucking weird.
It is weird, yeah.
Believe that there's nothing but matter. They believe that scientific explanation will explain everything in the end. They believe that though we haven't formulated M theory properly yet, we will. We'll do it. There's a blank check on the future. This is faith. Religious people say, oh, well, I'm not so sure about that.
No. That's
Religious
equivocation, my
people
friend.
think they've got the answer already.
Yeah, like saying we believe that we will accomplish something. Like, I believe we're going to finish this video and things will happen after that. That's not faith. That's a reasonable expectation based on prior experience, based on things we can prove exist and how things work and so on. It just... It's kind of the opposite of faith.
And theists, I'm afraid to break it to you, chum. Theists are not like, oh, we're not so sure. That is not what they're saying. They're saying we know the answer, and it is God. It's the scientists that are saying, hey, yeah, we're going to try and figure it out, and we think we will. But science is always tentative. I really, you've this guy I dislike. I dislike him.
He's
How many theists have you met that have sort of said, well, I'm not sure if God, I have no idea? Not many.
No, not very many at all. I know it's happened, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
You will get people that would say, hey, I'm sort of what you'd call an agnostic theist. I think it's God, not sure. I don't know. There's people definitely on the fence about that. But that's not the majority of theists theists believe that it was a God. That's kind of their primary descriptor kind of thing. They believe it was God. So they're not saying, hey, I'm not sure, or not to a large degree anyway. Generally, they're saying, yeah, I'm sure it was a God because the Bible tells me so.
Yeah, another tangent with a random shout out.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah. Godless Granny recently did a video this past week, maybe just a couple of days ago, about that Father Casey fellow. Or shoot, was it Zod? It was either Granny or Zod. Again, my brain is mush, so you have to forgive me. But in this Father Casey video, about halfway through, he just outright says, we don't know if God is real. There's no way we could know. That's why it's called faith. And okay, Purple confirms it was Godless Granny, so I'm not as befuddled as I thought.
Is it the one labeled analyzing masturbation? Is that the one we're looking at?
I don't think so. Let me see if I can find, because I'll just pull up Granny's channel because it should show as a video that I've already watched, and so I should be able to.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Granny. Let's do videos. I think it might be, although weirdly it's not showing. It wasn't this one because that was longer ago than I thought. I don't know why it's not showing. I'm pretty sure it was this one. Or maybe was this Father Casey? No, this couldn't be Father Casey too. I don't know what the hell is going on, but
no idea.
The point is, Father Casey outright said, "I don't know. No one really knows. That's why it's called faith." And it kind of, it was unexpected. Yeah.
One of my colleagues in Stanford, Paul Davis, says that actually physicists talk more about God these days than theologians do. And there's something in that because the stuff's all got so hard to comprehend. But the point I'm really making is even in hard science, it's not so clear what natural explanation would be. And it might be the case, it's controversial, but it's certainly of great high quality work. Consciousness might be essential to it. Roger Penrose himself has said he thinks any future physics will have to take consciousness much more into account. Now that is relevant because belief in God is belief that behind and enveloping this reality is a pure consciousness.
Yeah, and that's sort
Yeah.
of a bit of a problem. It was Zod. It was this one, Father Kenobi Strikes Back. It's weird that two different people covered Father Casey at the same time, but yeah, it was this one from Zod.
Is Zod
So yeah,
showing his face these days? I
he
didn't know
is.
that. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. He's talked about how different it is. He has to do it a little bit more off the cuff.
Yeah.
One of the reasons for the Zod face was because he was reading a script and he didn't like how that turned out. Doing his Zadanza show with Objectively Dan has made him realize that he can wing things, like just go with his brain, because yeah, and it's pretty neat and people like it, and so he's been doing more videos with like just bullet point notes instead of a full written out script, and yeah, it's pretty cool. I dig it.
Yeah, same. Very, very handsome guy. There you go.
Yeah, he's definitely got a look to him too.
Silver Fox over here has been hiding all this time. Now, come on now. Get yourself out there.
Oh, we've seen his face from time to time. He's appeared on a couple of call-in shows and some other things.
I haven't watched that much of Prophet of Zod. There's so many fantastic atheists out there.
It's true,
but
it's true.
Yeah, he kind of he's crossed my screen now and again, but I haven't watched that much of him.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can persuade him someday to get back to making cartoons, because like 5 years ago he was making cartoons with some of the other creators, and his Genesis story stuff is just hilarious. I love it.
It's probably a lot more work to make a cartoon than a commentary, though.
Oh yes.
Which is expressed in all the things of the world. Now, I'm not going to get into problems about suffering, etc. I just say all those things, whatever they are expressions of the consciousness of the cosmos. And to begin to know that, perhaps it's more mysterious than many of us think. It's not a simple Sunday school thing, but to begin to know that is to pray. It is to contemplate. It is to look, as St. Augustine put it, for that perfect beauty which is known in and through every beautiful thing in this universe. And to look.
So he is a Neoplatonist.
Yeah.
But
it's also like, if those things are going to be happening anyway, God is kind of obsolete. Like it like, what is the purpose then? Contemplation. Okay, but you can do that without a God. Like, where in this do you need a God? I feel like he's sort of just saying, hey, the entire universe exists in the mind of God, therefore God isn't obsolete. So it's basically the entire cosmos is his mind. Is it?
He's also saying that, God is the beauty in every beautiful thing. Well, that's sort of like a personification kind of deal with an extra step. Like, you don't actually need the God part for that. You could just, beauty is a property. It's an energy that flows through the universe or whatever,
Look for that perfect intelligence which is known in and through every quantum law, every beautiful mathematical theory. And I've got a great mathematician sitting next to me here, but I'd say most mathematicians say to me, mathematics is a thing of beauty. And you look for equations of beauty. And the amazing thing, I think it was Eugene Wigner who said, mathematics is unreasonably descriptive of what the real world is like, and it's beautiful.
By design.
Okay. Look, this really is an appeal to emotion, right? He's basically saying, oh, well, this beautiful thing and this beautiful, and mathematics is this thing. All he's doing is just trying to appeal to you emotively. Like, oh, you feel beauty and it makes you feel fantastic in the beauty and transcend. Dude, show that it is the case. Don't try and make, like, this is what I mean. It's kind of just like in that preacher way that people go, oh, well, you feel this way when you see something beautiful. That's God. Come on, dude. You can do better than this.
Yeah, I've seen a few people do that. Like, it's the same thing as, when good things happen, that's because God loves you. But when bad things happen, well, that's not because God hates you. That's because Satan or something, you know? It's pretty trippy.
Beautiful and it's elegant. Why should it be, back in Britain, physicists can't afford to have experiments anymore, so they have to write things on the backs of envelopes. And when they write things on the backs of envelopes, they turn out to be true. How could that happen? How could pure thought in mathematics give rise to something that is real? As Stephen Hawking put it, what breathes fire into equations? You've got the equations of quantum mechanics, and you say, oh yes, as Michael did say, well, universes can come out of quantum foam, whatever that is. And so you say, yeah, but what
We wouldn't
makes
say
the equations...
Whatever breathes fire into equations, he would say that it's not God. And then you say quantum foam, whatever that is. It's like, well, hold on a second. You're saying that the God is responsible. Why suddenly are we skipping over quantum foam? What?
Yeah, like
Quantum
what is
foam,
a
why do we
god?
need
Like,
God? Yeah.
we can describe a quantum foam. Can we describe a god in any way that's coherent but also in keeping with observations? And why do old descriptions of God not match the present day? And so on and so on and so on. As for breathing fire into equations, that's more poetic language. Obviously that's not how it really works. You don't think up an equation and then reality shifts and that becomes the truth. We're describing reality and then using this symbolic representation of various properties that we've identified. We're able to use logic to put them together in certain ways to make predictions about what else we might find in reality.
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
fact that it works means we're very, very clever primates, not that there's fucking magic in it.
Yeah. So it's magic math, like I think it was Iron Horse, that poor deluded sod that sort of goes, oh, you've used magic symbols, and he's talking about algebra or something. It's like, what? Oh, no. Oh no.
Well, I kind of get that. Like when I first looked up the symbols associated with the philosophy side of logic, I was like, this looks like fucking alchemy to me. We've got all the
Sure.
Theban script and all this shit. It's pretty trippy.
operate over anything at all. What does that? Now, I'm not saying God did it. I'm saying to explain that properly, and we're nowhere near explaining it properly, you'd probably have to bring consciousness into play somewhere. And the thought of that consciousness, which makes electromagnetic vibrations in 11 dimensions turn into solid objects like you. You are the appearances of a veiled reality. And that veiled reality is the expression of the mind of God, the consciousness of the cosmos. You may not agree with that. But even if you disagree with it, the point of this debate is we're saying, does science, does a commitment to the natural explanation of things, make the idea of a cosmic consciousness obsolete? And I wanted to suggest to you that it doesn't make it obsolete at all. I mean, there may not be a cosmic consciousness, but the idea that there is an idea which virtually every great classical philosopher has embraced in some form. It's not a weird idea. It's not like believing in fairies or spaghetti monsters or dragons in Michael's garage. It's not like that. It is something that every great philosopher has wrestled with. And if you haven't wrestled with the question of, is consciousness a fundamental constituent of this universe and not an accidental byproduct of it, if you haven't wrestled with that, you haven't really thought about the nature of human existence.
No.
Yeah, I've wrestled with it. Yeah, I've kind of wrestled with it. And, there's people who barely hang on to consciousness. There's people that are born sort of, and then their consciousness decays. It's not a hard wrestle. When you have like damage to the brain and then their consciousness vanishes, it's not a hard wrestle in that case.
There's also a bit of conflation going on there. Like, you can ponder the nature of human existence and shit and never even come close to addressing the idea of a consciousness beyond reality. Like, you don't need that to consider what does it mean to be human or any of the other questions in that particular area of thought. It's no, it's a non sequitur again. He's connecting things and jumping over a huge gap.
Yeah, and it's kind of like he's sort of saying, "Oh, well, I'm not saying it's God." That's the entire premise for this discussion. You're basically trying to say God is absolutely necessary because it's fundamental to the universe. But I'm not saying it's God. You've been saying it's God for the last 20 minutes. I'm sorry. I just
Yeah.
no.
And if it doesn't need to be God, then God is
God is
obsolete.
Yep.
I think God is a fundamental question about human existence, and whether you say yes or no to it in the end, you're going to say it's not a scientific question. Because you have to ask the question, are all questions scientific questions?
No, it's not a scientific question because it's a malformed question. Not because there are valid questions that aren't scientific. Of course there freaking are. But that's not the same. It's a category error, you know?
Mm.
And I think moral questions are not scientific questions. Aesthetic questions about beauty are not scientific questions. Even historical questions are not scientific questions.
Of course, like morality, we don't get morality from science. Science is all about the coulda, not the shoulda, right? It tells you how things work. Now, it can inform morality, but you're right. Morality isn't a scientific question. Science can only provide data to moral questions. That doesn't mean that it comes from a god. Again,
What
category
what
error.
if God is science? I'm thinking of the Foundation trilogy at the moment, where in the beginning anyway, when everything is technologically advanced before the Empire begins collapsing. I forget if they would use space or science as their cuss word of choice, but it it was just great to see characters being like, "Science, preserve us."
Questions
Science,
about
damn it.
love and human feeling and human emotion and thought, they're not scientific questions. And questions about God are not scientific. Let me end by making a contrast between two sorts of explanation, because Michael just talked about one of them, scientific explanation. Of course, there is.
Well, no, questions of God are not scientific because the concept of God as it's posed in this context is incoherent, not because it's inherently not scientific. Like, it would be a scientific question to say, what is this camera made of? That we can investigate that. We can form hypotheses and conduct experiments and so on. But we can't scientifically ask, what is God made of? Because no one has demonstrated a God for us to investigate.
Well, that's because the scientific methodological naturalism, necessarily the procedure starts with observations in the natural world. Like, we don't start with supernatural observations. We start with observations of things around us. You could get to a god through science, presumably somehow. You could say, hey, these people are doing this. What does that lead to? Where does science lead us on that thing that they're doing? Or plants grow. What is causing that? Right? If you can drill down to what is actually causing that, go to the start of all life, so on and so forth. But you've got to start with an observation, and unfortunately, no one's observed God. Nobody has observed God. And in fact, in the Bible, it says God can't be seen without you going blind. So literally, no one has observed God.
I mean, he showed his glory to Moses once. Take that for however you like.
He showed his burning bush to Moses. Yeah.
Such a thing. You get the initial states of a system, and you get a set of laws which say what will happen if that state carries on according to these laws, and that's what you look for in science. And you hope these states will be describable, measurable, quantifiable, and you'll be able to get clear mathematical equations for them. Right, that's good. That's scientific explanation. But there's another sort of explanation, and I invite you to consider whether you think it's a proper and irreducible form of explanation. That is, a form which doesn't reduce to scientific explanation. Some people call it axiological explanation. You could call it value explanation. And it's this: if you come to an event like
this is a very strange man.
It's a very strange guy. Well, let's see. I'm going to make an axiom that God is not obsolete. I won the debate. Like, what?
We had something weirdly like that in a reverse sort of way at the Matters Now After show yesterday.
Right.
One of the questions that Max asked the panel was based on a question that Ozian's opponent posed, that us saying 360 degrees in a circle is an axiom. So Max asked, do you think that we're justified in saying 360 degrees in a circle is a valid axiom? And I was just like, it's a tautology. We defined it to be that way.
It's a abstract. So it just is something that we made up. Like, it could be any value whatsoever. It could be 361 willowoos in a circle. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not a real thing. Like, so axioms are kind of our base level agreements, that things that are just true at a base and fundamental level. You can make an axiom out of anything. You know, you could say, hey, it's axiomatic that things fall to the ground. It's just in when you're discussing things with people, it's good to have axioms of where you're coming from. Usually people have axioms that, hey, we are, our senses describe the real world, and that sort of words mean this, and there's a ton of axioms that we have, but it's weird to just go, well, I'm going to assume the axiom that I've won this debate. It's very, very strange.
Mm-hmm. It kind of goes to that idea that if you push a theist hard enough, you inevitably wind up with a closet precept. There's always a precept buried in there somewhere.
Well, usually when you're appealing to an axiom, you're appealing to people that believe the same thing, or you assume the same thing, kind of thing. So you sort of say, hey, it is an axiom that you walk on the green light, for instance. That's the axiom. That is a standard thing, and it's okay if people don't agree with that. That's fine. Like, your axioms are just a place to start in a conversation. They're not even sort of some kind of declaration that is necessarily true.
Or are, if we want to be precise about it.
What do you mean 360 degrees is a presupposition of the globe?
It was a thing that Caleb said.
Oh.
He phrased it badly, but
okay.
Yeah.
Like this, and I ask you why you come, I do not want you to say, well, my electrons came and I just had to follow them, right? I don't want a scientific explanation. I want to know why you came. So I want to know that you formed an idea in your mind of a state of mind which was future and so did not yet exist. You had an idea about something that doesn't exist. You then evaluated that idea and you decided, yeah, maybe it was worth coming. And then you made yourself come. That is to say, somehow you got your body to move to get you here to do what you'd wanted to do in the first place. You came here for the sake of what you hoped would happen when you got here. And that for the sake of, that's value explanation. You think of a value, you conjure it out of your mind, and you try to bring things about which will realize that value. That's value explanation. Now, I think that explanation is of fundamental importance. It's not scientific. Science doesn't deal with conjuring ideas about the future or with having purposes. In fact, science doesn't use that concept at all, if you can help it. Having a purpose and an intention and enjoying the experience when you get here. Right? All those things are deeply personal. Well, what if there is an axiological value
I don't
explanation?
think, like, if you're talking about intentionality and consequence, I think science does deal very much with that, especially in neurology. Like, neurology and sort of to a lesser degree psychology, they sort of investigate why people make the decisions that they make, like what impacts them. And we've done a lot of research on that. I mean, psychology in particular, about like why people carry out the behaviors they carry out. There's been tons of research on it. The statistics alone would sink the Titanic, like, seriously. I mean, psychologists are basically rats and stats. They look at behaviors in other animals, and they look at statistical behavior, behaviors that are statistically probable in humans. But to say, oh, well, science doesn't get into intentionality or purpose. Oh, of course it freaking does.
Yeah, I was wondering. I let him go on because I was wondering where he was going with that.
Yeah.
It's like values. The entire practice of science is based on values. We value that knowing the truth is better than remaining ignorant. So we put the effort in to look into things and figure out the why of things.
Well, yeah, he's talking sort of more meta sort of. That's sort of the meta sort of value of science, what science values or what the practice of science values inherently. He's talking about making a scientific understanding of why humans value one consequence over another, like why people went to this show for information, for instance, like what convinced them to go to this show. But even that's wrong, because neurology and psychology do look into why people have values of one thing over another, right? Why people value knowing, for instance, rather than not knowing.
Well, I still think you can get there from explanatory processes. Like there's advantages. Like, why do you have that value? Why did you choose that value over another value? What do you gain out of the show? All of these things. He seems to be trying to allude to there's something beyond, when the human decision-making process, it's why do you choose to eat, right? You're hungry. Cool. But why do you choose to eat one thing rather than another thing? Say the hot lettuce over the broccoli, for instance.
Right. Or why wouldn't you, if you've got something to do, put eating off in order to, do this other thing that you want to do? Like, what causes you to do that? What causes people not to eat? Like sort of the anorexia nervosa kind of thing. What causes them to, really veer away from eating at all? So this intentionality thing, oh, science doesn't get to why we do the thing. Oh, you could not be more wrong.
Yeah, it's once again, it's none of it's fucking magic.
For the whole universe, right? That's like saying, well, a natural explanation for the universe doesn't have to involve God. I mean, when I do car mechanics, I don't keep saying, oh, God will change the spark plugs, or why do these spark plugs get so dirty? Couldn't God have cleaned them before I got down to it? You don't say things like that. You just get on with it. God doesn't come into it. Well, when you're asking questions about how can I live with myself in a world like this, where I want to love everybody, I think it's a good idea in principle, but I don't like most of them, especially my neighbors who happen to have a very noisy dog. If you're here, and you say, well, looking at the whole of the world, violent, catastrophic, all terrible stuff going on, and you think, am I supposed to have compassion and sympathy for all these beings? Well, yes, but. Now, for me, I have to tell you, the only thing that makes sense of that morality is, well, I can't love them. I think they're pretty horrible on the whole. But if God loves them, I've bloody well got to love them. And you think, that's it. If that's a command of God, and God is saying, love is what you're made to do, I've got to do it. And that makes a huge difference to morality. So I do think religion makes a practical difference. It makes a difference about the values you have and the way you incorporate them into your life and how your life gets transformed by it. So it comes down to this. In the end, is there a consciousness of the cosmos which can transform my life if I am disciplined enough to practice meditation, contemplative prayer, and just being quiet with beauty and with goodness, and try to make my life a small imitation of that perfect beauty, which is what God really is. Think of God as perfect beauty.
This is very, very fuddled.
Well, he should have been taking this tack from there. He shouldn't have gone into the quantum mechanics and stuff at all, because he got that completely wrong. Like he probably should have been taking this tack that it's better for the world to believe in religion. I'd probably go into some of the instances where, say, religion has made society better and all of this stuff. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think a vulnerability of that is, pointing out how sort of suicide bombers believing in God or Allah can really harm the world. But don't forget, he's got the true religion, Ember. Don't forget that. He pointed that out very clearly. His was the true one. this whole idea of hey, it can make people feel better is probably his best tact, and he's kind of come back to it here. He hates people. He actively dislikes people, and I get that. I kind of feel like I have a love-hate relationship with people, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like I love people, but sometimes I absolutely hate some people, what they do. So I kind of get where he's coming from, but at the same time, aren't you a teacher?
It is a little misanthropic for a person who's supposed to teach people, particularly compassion. But yeah, the way he's presenting it, well, I personally have a hard time loving people, but my imaginary friend commands it of me, so that makes me a better person. Therefore, even if I'm wrong, the concept isn't obsolete. But that's not really true. You don't need that particular imaginary friend. It's a shortcut to encapsulate certain social values and shove them down people like Professor Ward's throat. But you don't need to do it that way. You could just have a conversation with an ethicist and be like, oh, well, being nice to other people actually does have advantages for me personally, It's very, I don't know, illogical.
Yeah.
Now ask the question, does science make that idea obsolete? I can't see how it would. So while I'm a complete devotee of science, and I want scientists to go on doing all the wonderful things they are doing, I don't want anyone to say, and that takes away the glory and the beauty of worship.
Oh, a tangent again. I'll drop one here. So when I had the kids over, we were watching some random YouTube videos, and the videos that we came across, it's not really relevant. It happened to be a creator named Waffle Time who makes Terraria videos. Terraria is a video game like Minecraft, which also isn't relevant either. But at the end of one of his videos, he goes, and remember to join the Discord. And that made me think of how Lawrence on Milwaukee Atheist ends every one of our shows by saying, join the Discord. And I'm like, the kids are like, yeah, real YouTubers say that. So I'm going to be a real YouTuber and say, join the Discord.
Okay.
Like, okay, we're for real now. We're official.
Yeah. There you go.
Of appreciation of art, of commitment to morality, of a life of seeking to love more than you do. Those are important things in life. We would like science to help us to do this. We ask science to be our friend to help us to do this, but not to say it doesn't even explain anything because it's obsolete. I think that we should say God will remain a leading, controlling idea of the human mind. And in fact, we'd want to say, as Einstein said, well, God is the really interesting thing. All the rest is talk. Thank you.
Einstein was talking about Spinoza's God, which was just physics. He wasn't actually. Einstein's another atheist that they try to claim.
Yeah, he was pretty careful to present an agnostic public face.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Einstein actually said that, though. I'm Googling.
Yeah, same here. So, later he stated, the word God for me is nothing more than the expression and product of human weakness.
I can kind of see how Professor Ward got that idea. I found an interview where he said, science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind. And I don't think he meant lame in the modern context. I think he meant lame like not really able to walk. Maybe. I don't know. But he also went on to say God is a mystery, but a comprehensible mystery. I have nothing but awe when I observe the laws of nature. So that goes back to that idea that when he said the word God, he was referring to nature and us, our ability to understand and describe the reality around us.
So, the god of Spinoza is sort of the god of natural laws. It basically means everything in the natural physical world is God, but it's a very loose definition of God. It's not a personal God. It's not something outside the universe. It is. There should be, when you talk about the god of Spinoza, you should just say nature, basically, instead of God. Right. So everything natural in the world, all of the physics, all of the way particles interact with one another, that's what Spinoza was talking about.
Mm-hmm. It is helpful to use that kind of word replacement when in a theistic circumstance, so that you can basically avoid the whole discussion and stay focused on the science. People who've been watching for a while may have noticed that I use the word nonsense in place of bullshit for a similar reason, because I want to throw hearts out, apparently. I want to avoid the whole, even though I have no problem cussing and being obscene and so forth, it's still, I don't know, it makes conversations flow better when I say nonsense instead of bullshit.
Well, thank you, our two debaters, for a very intriguing beginning of the evening. And now we have a 5 minutes rebuttal from Michael, and then a 5 minutes rebuttal from Professor Ward.
Okay. Oh boy. There was a lot there. Okay, well, sir, first of all, people don't go to church to hear lectures about the Higgs boson or the Big Bang Theory. That's true. I mean, religion has a social value. I wasn't bringing that up because that wasn't really what we're debating. A different debate would be, to what extent do people still need religion? Is religion a force for good or evil in the world? Something like that. But we were discussing that. But that's okay. I think it's an interesting point because, yeah, people go to get inspirational sermons, maybe invocation to do right instead of wrong. Don't forget to help the charities. The great music, the free parking. I mean, there's a lot of value in religion, for sure. That's there, irrelevant whether there's a God or not. I mean, there's lots of secular versions of religions. The Unitarian Universalists, they're practically non-believers. Don't
tell the Universalists that.
Well, I mean, the Universalists kind of don't really care if you are or you're not. So they would acknowledge that some of their congregation are non-believers. I don't know about the clergy themselves, though. That's the question.
I find that it varies. There's a Unitarian Universalist church a few towns over from mine where they have a Christian pastor and a Wiccan pastor, and I'm not sure what the third pastor's relation, if there even is one, to any particular faith. But then there's another one at a few towns over in the other direction where they're all very definitely Christian and explicitly so. They just don't turn anybody away if you're like not their flavor of Christian. Like there's a whole range. There's everything from completely open, all ideas are welcome, all the way over to basically just non-denominational Christian. And Eric Wander gifted an Embership, and that went to Callie A. So hooray. I should use the yay emoji for that one. But yeah, do enjoy some custom emojis. We have a bunch of them. And thank you.
Do you have any more freebies to give out?
I do not. I blew all 10 of them on the 1.5K party.
Oh,
so
fair.
I am out for the month.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was a really good time. And we got a fuck ton of memberships.
I think I got 5 more to give out, actually. I think I'll probably do that. I've got a interview with I'll tell you after. I'll tell you at the end.
Alrighty. Let's see. Well, I went and sidetracked myself so much I forgot the original point I was going to make.
No, sorry, that's probably my fault.
It's no, I do that all the time. I kind of like how Shermer pointed out that the things that Professor Ward talked about weren't really on topic. How, like, does a religion have value? Is a religion a force for good? That doesn't necessarily equate to, is God obsolete? It's answering different questions. But you know, it's they still have value to discuss. That's just not the point of this particular debate.
Right.
Buddhism and so forth, these are really quite non-Western traditions. They're Eastern mystical traditions in which people get the same values without anything remotely like a personalized God. So that's okay. We can recognize that. And us seculars do the same thing. Here we are on a Monday night. We're socializing, and we can hang out afterwards. And, that's a social thing. There's lots of ways to get that. And religion is just one of many. In the same way that we can all appreciate dance, music, art, and so forth. Those are sort of higher order factors of the human condition.
Now that's an interesting idea.
No, you need a god to appreciate music, Shermer. How dare you?
Yeah. Music actually made me think of it. We all have different flavors of music that we enjoy and don't enjoy, and that's subjective. That's fine. But that makes me wonder if maybe religions are kind of the same way. Like, some people prefer, an Old Testament fire and brimstone flavor of God, and some people prefer a more mild, hippie Jesus kind of God. And some people prefer not to mess with that. Like, instead of listening to any of the existing genres of belief, I suppose, we're over here constructing, I guess it would be like the dubstep of faith, which doesn't actually accord with the previous conceptions of what it means to be music/faith in this analogy.
Right.
It's something to ponder, I suppose. And congrats to Matters Now for crossing 7K subs. That channel is growing crazy fast.
Oh, yeah, very, very fast.
Yeah.
Whose explanation is a sort of a higher level explanation. Yes, you can start with electrons or quantum fields or something like that, but no one does that. When Vernon here studies the economy, he doesn't start with electrons. He starts with people, presumably, and money and currency and financial laws and so on. These are higher levels of explanation. You don't need to start with the quantum fields. And so I'm not sure what the point of that was, other than I would just say, well, of course.
You and me both.
There's things like...
I was thinking in a different direction. I was like, a lot of things that we conceptualize, that we ponder, that we consider, we do start at a higher level because we exist in a medium level where, to borrow and paraphrase from Babylon 5, we're kind of between the candle and the supernova. We're between the galactic scale and the quantum scale. We're not really present on either of those, but we're somewhere in between. So it kind of follows that most of the things we conceptualize and consider, and the properties of the world that we deal with, whether they're physical or social constructs, are kind of higher level than the fundamentals. And sometimes it's hard to get to the fundamentals, just like with quantum physics. It's hard to get to those elementary particles.
Yeah.
But it's in some ways equally hard to get to the even higher level stuff. Like, we can all agree that murder is wrong, probably. But we have a harder time with, this group of people should have equal rights. Like, we have major national debates over those sorts of things. And sometimes it takes generations to achieve that level of equality.
And I mean, quantum stuff is hard to get to, but at one point we thought that subatomic was hard to get to, electrons, protons, neutrons. We didn't even know they existed. So sort of the idea that he's putting across that, quantum's issues won't be solved and we'll never know. I don't think there's any justification. A lot of people want to tell, their fellow humans what we will never know for some reason. That we'll never sort out the start of the universe, or we'll never be able to, understand this. I would never say that, because there's no way of knowing.
Yeah, that goes to a whole different thing, which is another thing to explore in why human consciousness and behaviors are like they are. But the mid-level, non-fundamental answer that pops into my head is that some people really, really like to pretend they have special knowledge. Or they're afraid of I don't know. I've seen it go either way.
Yeah.
Love. That's okay. Love. Science can't explain love. Well, you know what you call love without evidence? Stalking. Think about that for a second. Just think about that for a second. It's not a given. You have to earn it to a certain extent. You have to give. It's give and take. And if you forget your sweetheart's, whatever the date is or whatever, yeah, there's a concern there. You didn't say I love you for 3 days in a row. What's going on with you? Right? I mean, it is in a way a thing you can study, and we do study it. There are anthropologists who study it, marriage counselors study it. You can tell within 5 minutes of a couple's facial expressions. When she rolls her eyes when he says something, this is a bad sign. This is a 90% probability they're not going to make it through the marriage counseling, okay? So all of this is not to take anything away from the experience of feeling it, but of course we can study it and understand it. It's part of the human condition, all of which should be within the realm of something we can study.
I agree that we can study, we do study intents, we study mental states, we study all of these things. So his idea of, science doesn't study why people do what they do, incorrect. Science can't study love and these kind of interpersonal relationships, incorrect. Shermer's right on this one. I don't think he's right that he can tell who's going to have a divorce from, just looking at them, but he's right on the sentiment, if not the explanation.
Scientifically. Okay, so this word consciousness is commonly used without it being defined. So in your 5 minutes, you can give us your definition. I just mean as it's a word we use to describe what the brain does. So I don't think there's any such thing as mind. I think the mind is just what the brain does. It's what we call these patterns of neural networks firing and so forth, and the experience.
Yeah, that's I've heard Aaron say something very similar, sort of like the how does he phrase it? The truth is what you can prove, or something like that. But yeah, the mind is what the brain does.
If you can't show it, you don't know it. He says
that might be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can't have a mind without a brain, or at least we've never been able to demonstrate that. It's pretty trippy, but also, like we were talking about earlier, this phenomenon of consciousness, that's a function of the way our brains work. It's
right.
In a way, our perception of self is not an optical illusion, but perhaps a neurological illusion.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think that I like to use the term for emergent property. So consciousness is sort of an emergent property. It's a combination of a lot of different things. It's not one thing in and of itself. So you have emergent properties from things like the stock market, for instance. Like there'll be an overall trend of the stock market and the way that it behaves, kind of thing. Doesn't seem to be a product of all of the little bits and pieces that is happening all over it, but it is. That's the thing, and it's an emergent property. Same with things like traffic flow, like the way and how a traffic is flowing is an emergency property. It emerges from all the tiny little bits of cars doing what they're doing, kind of thing, to the point where someone has a fender bender. It causes this mass thing further on down the line, because that property change emerges as this massive thing down the line. So I think that I think it's absolutely tied to the brain. It's an emergent thing. So, some slight little thing that you get into your head can make massive behavioral changes and, really terrible or really good behavioral changes down the line. And that consciousness is kind of that amalgamation of all of those different things inside of your head presenting themselves in such a way that it's presented as one sort of coherent thing, but it isn't. It's emergent. It's a property that isn't a what do they call it? Like an integer thing. It's not a single thing. God, I've had a mind blank. My brain's gone to mush as well, mate.
It's contagious,
Yeah,
even over the internet, apparently.
apparently so.
It's just here we are, science-minded, skeptic, counter-apologists, logically analyzing a theistic debate, and both our brains are mush. Like,
yeah. Well, we have been gone for a few hours, and this is pretty sort of, it's pretty complex, the things that are bringing up. They're bringing up sort of origin of the universe, quantum physics, theology, morality. They're very deep topics. So don't feel too bad. Like if you don't do philosophy for a few hours and your brain is not mush, you're a much better person than I am, quite frankly.
That's fair.
We have, or vision, or moral feelings, or whatever, and to a certain extent I'm right, because when somebody gets a stroke or injury, that part of the brain, if that dies, the function is gone. The mind function, the conscious awareness of, say, a face. Faces are detected right about here in the fusiform gyrus of the temporal lobe. If there's somebody has a stroke there or injury, they get face blindness. They can't see a face. Look in the mirror. They don't even, who's that?
Some people are born without that. I knew a photographer who was face blind, which was interesting because he could physically see the faces. No, he did portraits too. Yeah, he could see the faces. He could do the composition and get the lighting right and tell that it would be a pretty picture. He just couldn't connect the face to the person. Like, he had no idea who the fuck he was looking at. When he heard their voice, though, then he could tell. It's got to be such a strange experience.
Oh, apparently, the Dapper is. I'll say your full name because I feel like it. Dapper's imagination station and all points west is saying aphantasia, but I think that's not being able to see images in general. Like, you can't visualize things in your head, kind of thing. So presumably it's the flat Earth syndrome where you can't think of things how they would look in your head.
I'm not sure.
That's fascinating. I've never heard of face blindness. I've heard of aphasia before. Aphasia. And I can't even pronounce it.
Aphantasia?
Yeah, aphantasia before, but I've never heard of face blindness. No, that's apparently prosopagnosia. That is fascinating. They don't know the difference between strangers or people they do not know well. Wow. How easy would it be to con somebody like that? Oh, I'm your best friend. This person. I suppose you could recognize the voice. I have questions. I have a lot of questions.
Well, it's also that people they do not know well kind of thing. Because it's sort of like how we can tell the differences between human faces really, really easily because we have the neurology for that. But things that aren't humans, like say you've got 3 gray wolves, you can't really tell them apart. They're just gray wolves. But if you hang out with them, if you spend a lot of time with them, like you're their zookeeper, eventually you start to notice little things, like this one's got a little tick out of their ear, or this one,
right.
things like that. I think even with the face blindness, it's just all humans look alike to me kind of deal. But you start to recognize little characteristics that aren't the same way you would recognize a face that helps
Right.
you tell people apart.
And I imagine you'd have to like sort of compensate with a lot of analysis and thought about people. Like instead of just going, "Oh yeah, that's my friend Ember," kind of thing, you'd have to go, "Oh, what's she wearing and what's her behavior?" You'd have to do a lot of analyzing. I'd imagine that'd be very stressful. You know, it'd be a lot of stress on you, kind of thing. Because I talk a lot about how with being on the autism spectrum, I have to put a lot of effort into reading social cues, kind of thing. Like I have to put a lot of effort into it, and if I'm tired, I can miss them and stuff. But I'd imagine that would be even worse. You'd have to, you know, in a social situation, you'd constantly have to really work at other stuff to be able to recognize people. Wow, that's incredible.
I don't know if it would take a lot of work in the same sort of way. 'Cause like I'm thinking back to the farm I grew up on. You know, we had geese, for example. A couple of them were gray geese, but most of them were white geese, and the white geese really do all look alike. But after you spend time with them, you watch them grow up. They're geese, so their personalities are somewhat limited, but they do still have distinct personalities, and so you kind of you don't have to put work into it so much. You just recognize certain giveaways, behaviors, and you're like, oh, that one's Peter, that sort of thing. I suppose.
Really? Okay, so where did the face consciousness go when the fusiform gyrus died? Where is it? It's gone. Where does Aunt Millie's mind go when her brain dies of Alzheimer's? Neurons are dying. They're dying just at huge rates, and consciousness just gone. Memory's gone, personality. Where is it without the neural tissue, without the template? Okay, so where is consciousness stored out there somewhere? What's the template to hold it? We know what it is for us with brains. If you posit that consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, where is it? How do you measure it? What's the template? If God is consciousness, well, where?
Well, I don't think he's helping his case here. I get he's making the argument that consciousness without a brain doesn't make sense, but by posing that consciousness is an emergent property and then going directly into this, I mean, there's panpsychists who make the case that even though we don't find consciousness in any particular part of the universe, collectively it could be an emergent property of the universe.
Well, I think he's trying to spear him on the scientific thing. He's already said, well, science isn't for investigating God. And I think either maybe he wants to drag him into the science sphere, which I'm not entirely opposed to. I mean, if you want to make a claim that a consciousness exists somewhere out there, I think that you need to demonstrate that claim in some reliable way other than, well, it's an axiom or physics, quantum physics seems to me to need a mind, therefore there's a God's mind out there. I think that's a tenuous link at best, and even probably incorrect about the physics of quantum mechanics. But I think he's trying to pin him on that. And if he just sort of says, well, science isn't for investigating God, it's basically like, great, so you just claim that that's the case. It doesn't make God necessary as opposed to obsolete. It just means that you refuse to investigate the existence of this deity. So I think he's trying to spear him on science because he's sort of rested his linchpin on consciousness exists sans brain out there somewhere, which I'm not entirely opposed to. You're right, it probably could be stronger than that. I do agree, but I don't think it's necessarily that bad a tactic. This is speaking from somebody who has used a lack of reliable methodology to spear theists before, in the past. It's a good go-to, because if you're going to claim something exists and you can't show it, as Aaron Ra says, if you can't show it, then you don't know it.
Yeah, but it's still, I don't know. It doesn't serve his case of making the point that God is obsolete, because as I mentioned earlier in the debate, God could be real or fictional, and it doesn't really have any bearing on the question of the night's debate.
Well, yeah, I guess it doesn't really. No, I do get your point. What do you think would be the better way to address this? Where would you go on this one?
Personally, since it's a rebuttal, I'd focus on what Professor Ward was saying, that values and things are imbued by religion, and religions only exist because of gods, kind of in an inverse sort of way. I'd probably attack that. I'd be like, no, you don't actually need a religion to tell you should value human life.
Right.
Like that's part of being in a social species, that you value other members of your
Right.
species.
Well,
You know,
and I
there's
might
other
go
ways to
one
get there.
right. I might go one further. Perhaps you could address it by saying that, hey, we thought we needed God for a whole slew of things. I'm thinking things like, aristocracy. The way that we humans govern ourselves. It was thought that aristocracy was there because God placed them there. He was needed.
Mhm.
Now we have the social contract. We understand that we allow these people to control our societies. In exchange, we have certain rights and freedoms preserved. Social contract theory. We used to think we needed God to cure people and make we thought we needed. God is so obsolete, it's not funny, because nothing that we actually do, like what in our day-to-day life, needs a God.
Mm-hmm. Although
Um,
the curing people thing is an interesting one, because that's
yeah,
one of the ways that we actually can falsify a few specific religions. In particular,
right.
I'm thinking of a passage from the Christian New Testament where it talks about how true believers will have the power to lay on hands and cure all manner of ills.
And snakes and be immune from poisons. Yeah, we can kind of test that one.
Yeah, like
It
I
kind of
mean,
failed.
it could well be there simply just are no true Christians, but it'd be a pretty easy thing to demonstrate if a person did have such a power, you know?
No, he quite clearly said he had the true religion, Ember. He quite clearly said he had the true one and all the others are wrong. He said that clearly, all right?
Yeah. I'm silly.
Inquiring minds want to know what's the explanation for it. Not just that there's some spooky quantum experiments where if you stare at it or not, it affects it. You don't need a conscious being, a sentient being. A camera will do a trick. You don't need consciousness for that. And anyway, so in conclusion, then I think this is all very interesting, and I agree. Love is important, and all the value language is part of the human experience, but it's not an explanation in and of itself. It's a descriptive term. These are descriptive terms that describe what we experience.
Thank you. Keith?
Okay. Well, that's the key thing, consciousness. Michael said mind is what the brain does. And if a person with Alzheimer's loses their brain functions, they lose their mind altogether. And I want to say, is that a scientific remark? Is that something that science has shown? And I think everyone who considers this dispassionately will say, no, science hasn't shown that.
Well, it kind of has. Shermer just demonstrated that when the brain is damaged, consciousness is affected. It's directly linked to the function of the brain. But that's all beside the point. It doesn't matter if it's a scientific question or not. It doesn't matter if the point about consciousness stands or not. Because the question is God obsolete? You could demonstrate that a consciousness can exist outside of a brain all day long. It doesn't answer the question, is God obsolete? I don't know. I'm getting a little
it would be like so it's stepping stones, right? So it would certainly go some, if you could demonstrate a consciousness exists without a brain, it would certainly go some way towards a God existing, like a mind of God existing in some place that isn't physical. Like at least it would go do that. So I that would be something. Give us something, and that's the bare minimum, that you're claiming this consciousness exists, in some place and time that isn't a material. Demonstrate it, and at least it will go some way to demonstrating that, hey, potentially a God could exist.
It's a weird tactic to me. Fundamentally it's the same thing William Lane Craig does. He puts his God as the end goal, and then he sets up all these stepping stones to get there, some with some pretty great leaps in between them, but they're stepping stones, and then immediately falls flat on his face on the very first one. It's a weird way to go about trying to make a point.
Sure.
It's a philosophical theory. And there are competing philosophical theories among scientists themselves. And you may or may not go with my own view, which is that mind is not something that is limited to the human brain. Michael asked the question, where is God? As though, this is a self-evidently stupid question because God isn't anywhere. All right, where are mathematical truths? I believe there are mathematical truths. I think there are such things. I think they're very important.
Hold on a sec. Hold on.
Yeah.
They're abstract. I'm perfectly fine with God being an abstract concept. But you're a Neoplatonist, I think. You think that these abstracts actually exist somewhere. I don't. Maths doesn't exist anywhere. It's an abstraction. It's like saying, hey, where do the fundamentals of laws exist? They don't. We made them up. They're an abstraction. They don't exist anywhere.
Yeah,
and I'm fine with God not existing anywhere. Yes.
Although I wonder if he may be coming at it from the other direction and we're simply not getting it because he's not expressing it clearly. That, like you look at a flower, you look at a painting, you see beauty. Where's the beauty, though? Because that's an abstract concept. We all agree that the beauty does exist. So if we decide that the idea of God is an abstract concept too, then we can say it does exist as a concept within our minds, even if not something out in reality.
Yes. But that's like saying, Dora the Explorer exists. The idea exists, but it's not actually a thing in reality. It doesn't exist like we sort of say, hey, you or I exist kind of thing. No.
Yeah, it's almost an implied equivocation, like saying a thing exists in this intellectual sense as opposed to exists in a physical sense.
Correct, yes.
And a lot of mathematicians, not all of them, but a lot of them would say, yeah, there are certainly mathematical truths. And where are they? Well, they're not in space. Obviously, they're not in space. That doesn't mean they don't exist. It's not a stupid question. You just say, well, to ask a spatial question about something is just to get your category mistake. You've got mixed up there. And in the same way, a consciousness which is unembodied, just imagine that. I don't see why you can't imagine it. It wouldn't be anywhere. That's not stupid. If you believe in the multiverse, and I say, look, there's another universe parallel.
That is stupid. Because you're sort of identifying math as, there's mathematical truths exist. Yeah, but they're only truths in a mathematical sense, i.e. they're only truths in the language that they're in. It's a logical system. That's where they are true. And it's a reflection of reality, and we can use it to understand reality, but it isn't reality itself. Math is an abstraction that we use to describe reality. But you think that it's this thing that exists somewhere. And this is what gets me about sort of Neo and as Dapper quite rightly out, the Neo-Platonists and the Platonic forms. You can't point to where they actually are. It's like saying, Okay, so the Platonic ideals are basically whatever idea you have, they have a reflection somewhere of this perfect form, this form that, like he says, the mathematical truths kind of thing. Well, yeah, but I can imagine a perfect island. The problem is it doesn't exist except in my own head. There is no island. It doesn't exist. But they sort of say, well, it exists somewhere else. Fine. Go and frigging find it then. Because it's nonsense. It's sort of saying, well, I can imagine the perfect, seven-legged unicorn. That doesn't mean it exists. And you have other problems as well, because they have these forms that give the actual objects in our reality around us their properties. So, like, you have a tree stump that someone's cut down. Okay, it's got the Platonic form of a tree stump. Then someone gets tired and goes, hey, I could sit on that. Then suddenly it's a Platonic chair as well. When did that happen? How does that happen? The Neoplatonist doesn't, they can't explain that. They just sort of say, hey, well, this sort of unfalsifiable, uninvestigatable form of, dimension of forms exists that you can't explore, can't touch, can't think, but it's there, trust me.
Yeah, and related, like he likes to bring up, a mathematical truth is true even though it's abstract, except there's hidden assumptions in there. We're all using the same axioms. As Beta Ray points out, humans tend to use 1 through 10, possibly because we have 10 fingers. But that's not the only way we've done things. The Babylonians famously used a base 12 system, which is why we have so many base 12 things, like 12 hours in the day, 12 hours in the night, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. All this shit comes to us from the Babylonians. And if you wanted to say, it's a mathematical truth that pi is 3.14158, etc., etc., that's only true in base 10. In base 12, it's 3.1848094, etc. So it's not universally true, and that applies to other abstracts. Like any abstract concept is only true within the given parameters of that abstract.
Hey, I'm a base 16 guy. Come on, hexadecimal for the win. For the win.
To this somewhere else, and you say where, and I say I can't, there isn't any where because it's not in this space, so it's nowhere as far as we're concerned. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I think you just have to get a bit more sophisticated and say, actually, the question where only applies to things in space. And the question is, aren't there things that aren't in space? Let me give you one that I think is not in space. My dreams. I dreamt last night that I was in Oxford and I was cold and wet and miserable as usual. And I was there. I was walking around in the rain. But where was I? Where? I wasn't in my head. I wasn't anywhere in public space. So I think it's just a piece of primitive mythology that we exist in public space and there's nowhere else, there's nothing else. So why not say no?
It's primitive mythology to suggest we exist in real space?
Do you have an irony emoji?
Maybe. No, I don't think I do yet. I'll have to get on that.
Put an eyeball, because I don't know why. I don't know why you have an eyeball. I'm glad you do. It just, I don't know.
People wanted it, so
Yeah, hey, I want it.
As you know, our emojis are democratic. Every time a new emoji slot opens up, members get to vote on the new emoji, which is a great reason to be a member, because you get a say on the new emojis when they come out.
I could use a book set a thing for primitive mythology, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, but I do have my irony spray.
You dreamt of something. Where was I? You're in the same place. You're in your bed, and your mind was producing images, sorting through information, and we know how that works too. You weren't in some, other dimension, somehow calculating the all of the. You were just, your mind was just active, but it's not real.
Yeah, last night I dreamed that I was cuddling with a lovely person who we both very much enjoyed each other's company, and then I woke up and it didn't make that other
Where were
person
you?
real.
Where were you? Look, I'll give you an analogy, right? I'm sitting here and I'm playing a computer game on my computer. I'm going through a dungeon hallway with sword in one hand and shield in the other. But where am I? It doesn't mean that that's like all that's happening is electrons are going through the computer and then it's spitting out, sort of a data stream to the monitor as a stream. And I'm just watching. Like, there's no, well, that has to be a real place. No, it doesn't. It's just an abstract. And the same is true for your brain. It's just neurons are firing, chemicals are working. You are making these mental images. You're not anywhere. You're still in your bed. I feel like I'm talking to a child. Like, no, honey, dreams aren't real. They're not really real. You're not actually in Oxford or any kind of other place. You're just asleep. It's just your brain doing things. I know it seems real, honey. It's not real. I'm sorry, that was a little bit more condescending than I imagined it to be.
It's kind of deserved though, because I don't know. He seems to have this idea that because at the most fundamental level, his identity, his consciousness is the function of a mind. Therefore, the ultimate of all of reality must also be a mind. That's like saying humans are the best, the pinnacle of evolution because we ourselves are humans. Like, there's that assumed thing that I'm the best, It's a strange thing that people do and then sometimes try to hide. I don't know. It's really weird to me.
No, actually, consciousness doesn't exist in space at all. You've got it wrong. Just as thoughts don't exist in space. I ask one little question. How long does a thought take? Have you ever tried to measure the time of your thoughts? So
we have done experiments for that, actually. There's a considerable range. Some people think much faster than others. Ben Shapiro famously is able to make his speech center go very quickly. I think he's overclocked a processor or something. Others of us, hell, just listening to me talk here, you can hear where I pause for my brain to send more information into my vocal area,
So apparently reaction time, for instance, takes about 500 milliseconds or half a second from sensory information from the outside world to be incorporated into conscious experience. That is incredibly slow compared to like a sensor hooked up to a computer or something like that. It's insanely slow. Like half a second is a lot. And we do have sort of ideas about how much memory it goes through, how sort of the bandwidth of thoughts, like 120 megabits per second kind of thing is roughly where they say. There's a lot of stuff here, but yes, we've studied this. How long does a thought take? Yes, someone's already thought of that and tried to study it.
That's one of the advantages of having 8 billion of us is things get thought of, and we have the manpower to investigate some of them. It's very cool. But yeah, that half a second thing, I don't know for sure that that's a definite or that's an average or what have you, but it does go to show why we have weird things that aren't fully under conscious control, like reflexes, because our reaction time is so slow. We have to have pre-programmed responses to some things.
Yes, because that's to put it into conscious thought, not subconscious action, right? So here's the kicker, that sort of that's to put it into conscious thought, but you can have unconscious and subconscious reactions way faster than that, way faster.
Yeah, quite so. And similarly, our brain reads ahead, as it were. Like driving in traffic, for example. A reaction time of half a second is constant accidents. So we scan ahead. We watch for a light changing. We watch what the other drivers are doing to cut down the reaction time because we're constantly extrapolating what is happening and therefore what's likely to happen, so that we're not in a position where we have to take in a whole new set of information, calculate what's happening, extrapolate, and then react. We already see things in progress, so we can hit the brakes before it's obvious a collision is about to happen, so we have a chance of preventing it. And that's just as a for example.
There's a different experience of consciousness, and Michael wants me to define consciousness. Nobody defines what they know more clearly than they know anything else, because it doesn't need any definition. I can't define time to you. I can give you a mathematical equation about time, but I can't define time because I know that it's what I'm going through. It's the thing that I most experience. It's the same with consciousness. Consciousness is awareness of objects.
Says he can't define it, then starts to
Then he
define
defines
it.
Yeah.
Of course we can define things. They may not be fully accurate descriptions,
Correct.
especially off the top of your head like that.
Well, yeah. Nothing is fully accurate description of anything. I mean, I can define light with wavelengths and things like that, but it's not a fully accurate description. It's still a generalization, like all descriptions. Descriptions are helpful. They're never 100% absolutely precise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much like definitions. Like there's been a lot of fighting over definitions on the interwebs lately. And, definitions denote usages. They're not absolute. That's why we have so many entries in the dictionary that are circular definitions. Things that refer to the concept itself as part of the definition. Or so many definitions include synonyms, because that's how we understand concepts, is relative to other concepts. Almost nothing in our language is absolute.
Somewhere there must be the ideal definition, so therefore God. Checkmate, atheist.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Thought objects like, camels and unicorns and highest prime numbers. Some of them are false, but some of them not. So thought objects, physical objects, all sorts of objects. Consciousness is simply awareness of objects, right, for a start. That's a basic level of it. But you can't define it more than that. You only get into trouble when you try to make it physical. So that's my bottom line.
Of course you can define it more than that.
Yeah.
Also, I don't necessarily agree that...
I feel like he's dodging. I feel like he just doesn't want to even try to give a definition of what he means by consciousness. I think they're on the same page, though. I think they both understand that what they're talking about when they're talking about consciousness kind of thing. So I don't think it's that necessary to have a definition unless they really think they're on different pages with this one. But I think they're talking about the same thing.
In general, yeah. I think he's just... It's weird that he's spending so much of his rebuttal time trying to avoid getting pinned down on a specific definition. Well, we all know how definition fight debates go.
Ugh, don't understand. I mean, having definitions is useful. If you are talking like somebody says, oh, well, I have faith, and you don't know how they're using faith. It can be a number of different things. But I think that there's sort of people that try to say, okay, how are you meaning it? How am I meaning it? And how do we bridge that gap? And then there's just people that go, no, it means this thing. And I will never be convinced because dictionary definition number 53 says that that's what it says. That's the stuff that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Eric came up with a pretty decent definition. The state of being aware and responsive to one's surroundings.
Sure.
Yeah, as opposed to being unconscious, where one is not aware and responsive.
So I would probably say that slightly different. It would be a awareness to both external stimuli and internal stimuli, or internal sort of the external environment and internal stimuli, like being aware that it is not just that things are affecting you from the inside, like you're hot or you're cold, or you feel good or you feel bad, like that understanding of, or that awareness of that, rather than just a reaction to it, would probably factor into mine. So not just the environment, but also internally as well. But it's a quibble, really. There's nothing wrong with your definition. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah. It's serviceable.
I really don't think all things are physical, and I think that people who believe in God, and I think actually people from so-called Eastern religions believe in something more like God than anything else, something of wisdom, compassion, and bliss, which is greater than humanity and with which one can unite.
Hold on now. If God is infinite bliss also, and God has the unlimited power, omnipotent, the ability to reach everyone and everything, the fact that we don't all live in a state of bliss beyond comprehension,
Yeah,
is, from the perspective of God, torturing us.
well,
right?
and it's also, yeah, and the cold callousness of the universe suggests that it's the mind of God is not all blissful, because he's trying to argue that the universe is kind of the mind of God. It can't be, because this universe is not reflective of what you're saying it is. Now, either there's some cold indifference or some awful ideas inside God's head, or that it's just the universe is like that. And
Yeah,
there is no God. It's weird.
Yeah, the some of the entailments of what this fellow believes, he clearly has not thought about very much.
I mean, isn't he a professor in
Mhm.
divinity? Like, you'd hope he would have tossed these through his head once or twice. Holy crap.
It's pretty disturbing.
It's weird.
In some way.
And I
wonder if
think
it's
he's
a
making a
problem.
mistake by talking so authoritatively. On oh, science hasn't measured how fast it takes you to think. You think? Neurologists haven't done that? Of course they've done that. What are you talking about? He
Yeah,
seems like one of those sort of old school, philosophers that are like, some things are just unknown to us, like, the speed of light and, all of it. No, like, yeah, maybe like 100 years ago, sure. Not so much. Not so much.
Yeah, no one can tell. Tide goes in, tide goes out. No one can explain why.
Right. Oh, Lynn referenced that to me the other day. It was like, wow, yeah. Remember that.
Path towards God too. So that's the question. Do you really think everything's in space? If not, then God is not obsolete. It's a question where your whole approach to life might be at stake.
Thank you.
Oh, just the random, like, light threat at the end, right? The
Yeah.
whole existence might be at stake.
Yeah, just something to think about. Of course there are non-physical things, like electromagnetic waves. Sure, we can measure them in photons. That's the whole basis of quantum theory, is we can measure one unit of this electromagnetic energy. But time isn't physical either. It's the interaction of physical things in space-time.
Well, time
therefore
isn't a thing
God.
by itself. Yeah, I think sort of space-time and our concept of time, like, oh, it is 7 o'clock and we have 20 minutes to go. That kind of time is just an abstraction. It's just like we measure time in changing states. So we change states, but sort of space-time is a bit different. That's into the realms of physics and what they're talking about with matter and time being intrinsically linked. So I think there's a conflation there. But there's also things that sort of we talk about that don't exist as well. Like I said, a video game character. Like, I can describe them to you perfectly. They don't exist in some other realm. They don't exist at all. They exist, but that existence is purely based upon the arrangement of electrons going through switches called flip-flops within a computer. Like they don't actually exist as the thing, the abstract concept you're projecting it to. So, and if you say that is what God is, no problem with that. No problem whatsoever. You have all of these physical things and you have an abstract concept like Einstein's God, that you have nature and the God of Spinoza, nature and the physical laws of the universe, and you say that is God. It's a concept that encompasses all of those things. I've got no problem with that. But that God doesn't actually exist. It's an abstraction. Sorry.
Well, I want to thank the audience. You've been fantastic. Thank you for your participation. For those of you who are being at Chapman for the first time, I hope you enjoyed the place. I hope you can take a little tour around the campus. It's a beautiful campus. We host a lot of very interesting events, and we hope you'll come back again. And I want to say thank you to our two debaters who have been really fantastic. Thank you and good night. Thank you.
Woo!
Okay. We did it. We survived.
We did the thing. Oh, they're talking about Godbot, and it so reminds me of the Electric Monk.
Electric Monk.
Yeah, it's out of Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency, the book, and it kind of it's a labor-saving device that believes things for you.
Oh, that's handy.
I'm gonna copy it into the thing. Yeah, so the Electric Monk was a labor-saving device, like a dishwasher or video recorder. Dishwashers wash tedious dishes for you, thus saving the bother of washing them yourself. Video recorders watch tedious television for you, thus saving you the bother of looking at it yourself. Electric Monks believed things for you, thus saving what was becoming an increasingly onerous task, that of believing all the things the world expect you to believe.
Yeah. I could get down with that.
Yeah, the Electric Monk. And, Douglas Adams, another, famous atheist kind of thing. He came up with the puddle analogy, which was fantastic.
Yeah, we still use it.
Yep.
Shockingly often.
Yeah. So what did you think? What did you think about that one?
4 out of 10. It wasn't overly impressive. I give it some points for bringing up lots of things to think about, but I don't think either one of them really landed many strong points.
I'd have to agree. I'd probably give it a 5 or so. I do like Shermer. I thought his joke at the start was fantastic. I got to give at least 0.5 for that joke, to be honest with you. Seeing how many of you believe in God? Oh crap! I loved it. It was great. But look, Shermer, he did a reasonable job. I've seen him do better. I've definitely seen him do better, and I think Ward was absolutely terrible, but it sort of shows his axiomatic sort of standard in which he comes from. He's got this Platonic ideals that there must be some other realm where these things exist, kind of thing, and it's people keep bringing it up, this sort of this Neoplatonic movement. It's like I don't see why. I don't see why we need to have some kind of extra dimensional or supernatural space for concepts. Just for concepts. The concepts you can make them up, and presumably every time somebody makes up a concept, it's added to this extra dimensional space, which would have to be completely unlimited in order to accommodate all the concepts people are making up. So I don't know anybody outside of a certain idealism in religion who would actually take this seriously. It really is a case of, well, I need a reason for a soul to exist, essentially.
Yeah, it's sort of like, it reminds me of I'm always confusing Aslam and Aquinas, but one of the two who came up with um, that argument that you imagine God into existence by saying, I can imagine the most perfect being, and
Right,
what would
right.
be more perfect than that would be to actually be real. Therefore, there
Yes.
must be a real perfect being or something like that. Even in his own time,
Yeah.
he got lambasted by other theologians who were like, I can imagine the largest island. I can imagine the biggest piece of pizza,
Well, it's the
It,
most perfect, because the reason why they're using the perfect island, because a more perfect island would be an island that existed rather than not exist. So
Mm.
yes, and they sort of, yeah, this is sort of a really bad idea that um it's almost like a affirming the consequent, right? So if a perfect island existed, or if there was a perfect island, it would exist. It exists, therefore it's a perfect island. Like it just it it's really faulty. It's a really faulty assumption. But Aquinas tried to rescue. I think you're right. It was Aquinas. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he tried to rescue it and sort of special plead it away by saying, "Hey, but a perfect island wouldn't have the power to make themselves exist," and sort of added necessary and sort of this sort of power to make themselves exist, and it's just horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So
Yeah. Now there's a thing. If a god did have the power to make itself exist, then you know we might see some evidence of a god. Why there would be a perfect, all-powerful being who, for some reason, is so damn shy, it's afraid to reveal itself to us all. I just can't see a being with that kind of personality flaw as being perfect. I don't
Well,
know.
and plus you've got the added disadvantage on the sort of God side, is that he wants you to know that he exists. Not only does he want you to know that he exists, he wants you to know in such a way that you will be saved, presumably, like believe and worship him in order to be saved. So the bare minimum you could do for that is to demonstrate your existence, which he doesn't
Hmm.
do. And we know that he presumably, especially under the Christian doctrine, he has the power to do so, because he is maximally powerful at minimum, omnipotent at maximum. So we know that he's got the power to do it, and we know that he's appeared to people in the past. He appeared to Paul on the road to Damascus, and he's appeared to Moses as a burning. But he's convinced people with physical demonstrations before. So why doesn't he just do it to everybody he wants to save? Well, maybe he doesn't want to save everybody, but that's not my problem. And that isn't what's being told to me. He wants to save me. And I say, okay, well, if you want to save me, God, just show me that you exist. And nothing ever comes. So he doesn't want to save me because he has the power to do so. He wants to do so. What could possibly be stopping this omnipotent being?
Well, have you considered inviting him in? It's such a weird thing.
Well,
I
yeah,
used to
yeah.
say
But
I tried to have a relationship with Jesus, but he never called, he never wrote, so I just got the impression he wasn't that into me.
yeah, sure. And so it's not my problem that I don't believe in a God, when God, with all the power in the world to do so, hasn't lifted a single deity finger to prove that he exists. I mean, yeah, sure, he had his son die, in the antiquities of time, never wrote anything down. His son, I mean, Jesus. There's no gospel of Jesus. There's no. It's all mistranslated. It's holy. Okay, Dap, you're just too cool for this chat. I gotta say. Look, like the evidence is all circumstantial at best and just non-existent for the most part. And then he wants to blame me for not believing some wild ass story from back in the the days of the Iron Age. I mean, come on now.
Well,
Which,
I mean,
if God's perfect, he should be reasonable, and that's unreasonable.
yeah, it's a very strange theology in a lot of
Yeah.
ways. Oh well. But I think it's fair to say that we didn't really get an answer on whether God was obsolete or not, but we haven't really been presented with a compelling case why we should have a God in the first place. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that God is obsolete. I think that of all of the things that we do, like if you're sort of talking what's necessary in life, God's not necessary to be happy. It's not necessary to explain any of the phenomenon that we experience around us. And in fact, that God's antithetical to an explanation, because there is no explanation for God, so we don't actually get an explanation. It's not necessary to have community. It's not necessary to, sort of have, like I said, our social structure, which is now the social contract. We have systems for dealing with that without, a certain special group of people being chosen by God to rule the other ones. We don't need that anymore. God is obsolete in just about every sense of the word I can imagine. And if God is somehow necessary for the universe, well, please demonstrate that to be so. Don't sort of say, hey, we'll demonstrate something else. No, if you're claiming he's necessary for the universe, please demonstrate that. You can start by demonstrating the God. That would be a good start.
Yeah, I mean, it's we talk often about how difficult it is to prove a negative. It's not impossible. I mean, you can do it in mathematics easily enough. In more general concepts, like we can't prove the Earth isn't flat, but we can prove that it's a sphere or an oblate spheroid, and therefore it is not flat or a hexagon or a Minecraft Earth or whatever else. When we can identify what a thing is, once we have that identity locked down, then we can also rule out all the other identities it is not. And ruling things out, it's not super viable with the God concept, because what exactly are you ruling out? Since God isn't actually necessary for anything that we observe or that we do or whatever. Which, I guess, to me, does answer the question. And not just God, but the idea of a God is obsolete.
Yeah. And
So,
maybe God isn't obsolete if God is, just the laws of nature. But at that point, I don't know what you're talking about when you say God.
Then why call it God?
Anyway, I guess that's a good place to leave it. And I know you're probably getting tired because it's past midnight over there. Wow, it's 2:00 over there. Well, 1:00 over there. Sorry.
1:20.
Yeah. Okay.
Local
Well, let's wrap it up, and next week it'll be on my channel. I have no idea what I'm doing as per usual, so I will certainly post a community thing, and Ember will know with enough time. So later on the week, I'm going to be interviewing Michael Granado. Oh yes, Michael the Magnificent, the Granado the Great. He is a philosopher, a teacher, a really nice guy, and he makes me think a lot. It should be a really good conversation, and I want to get people on to have these really good conversations on my channel. I'll be pestering him with questions. Hopefully, he'll probably be giving me answers. It'll be a fun time, and we're going to be talking secular humanism, what it means to be human, what we are as humans, and how we know where we're going. I want to really do more on instead of just sort of religion sucks, but also why humanism and the modern scientific view of humans is good for us. How we can use our scientific understanding of our behavior and our neurology and our social systems to make the world a better place. That's what I'm after. And I got to do a channel introduction to sort of encapsulate all of that. And I don't even know where to start. Look, I'm so disorganized, it's ridiculous. I don't know why I've got a YouTube channel. It's crazy. But thank you. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I gotta make a new intro thing at some point. It's it takes
yours is
a
fine.
while to do all the introductions thing. It's okay. It's just it doesn't really encapsulate what the channel does anymore. You know, we've grown beyond just what's in that intro, you know? But yeah, if you're not subscribed to Mark Reed, make sure you do. I dropped the link in the chat. Future people, the link is in the description. Hello, future people. Lovely to see you all. And yeah, if you're not subscribed, do so. If you're not subscribed here, do so. And be sure to ring the bell, because in addition to scheduled stuff, I occasionally do random live streams. And hitting that bell is the best way to be sure you don't miss one, so you can join the chat and be part of the fun. As usual, I've got a bunch of stuff coming up, but most recent in the future, what's the term for recent in the future? Coming up soonest, I suppose, is tomorrow, the normal Sunday show, where I generally, but not always, cover news, science news, and a little bit of political stuff in very specific realms and other things of interest as a lead in to Maya's show, Bad Science Sunday, which is one of the best things on YouTube, and you should absolutely subscribe to Maya's channel as well. But that's a whole thing. But yeah, lots of things coming up. And as the kids tell me I must do, join the Discord. So yeah.
And don't forget to like and subscribe. Ember's too cool. Ems is way too cool to ask you, but I have no shame. So do like and subscribe. It helps out a lot. It really does. So and I appreciate every single person that does so. You guys are great. Thank you so much. And yeah, you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, everybody. It's always great seeing you folks in live chat. I prefer live shows because there's this community interaction. It's one of the best things about doing this. So thanks everybody for stopping by. And as always, do remember that you don't have to conflate concepts with reality to pretend your favorite thing exists when you have no basis for that, because you are better than religion.